Yo, what's up? Can y'all hear me? Even if you can't quite see me. Let me check my microphone. Yeah, it looks like I'm coming through. Yo, what's up, RKI? Hey, Jumpy. What's up, MLK Do Ketchup? Sekmek. What's up, gamers? Can't wear a shovel. Yeah. Hey, Earl. Hey, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the Patreon stream. Hey, Bubba. What's up? What's up? Hey, Cat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me go to my hidden desktop view. Thank you so much for 4 months, Cat. Welcome in. Welcome in. And apologies again for getting your pronouns wrong on the last stream. Obviously, it was not intentional. Just wanted to make sure, made that 100% known. But yeah, thank you, Kat. You love throwing money at me. Hey, I mean, let's just say there are worse fates than getting money thrown at you. Croaky, who is this guy? Who knows? Could be anyone, really. Where's my... Oh, okay, cool. Rose, love my streams. You've helped me a lot in your early video game development. Hey, that's awesome. Vari, inbound shovel turf arg. I'd rather die. Who's this guy on my screen right now? Hey, no idea. What's up, Luna? What's up? How you doing? Welcome in. Nice. All right. Yeah. Like, I think it was Lyra. Yeah, like Lyra said earlier, I had my my Patreon stream earlier today, so that was fun. That was fun. Always nice to share development updates. Sometimes you're so still. I think the stream is frozen for a second. Yeah, I'm a little bit. I'm a little sleepy today. I did not sleep very good last night, so I'm a little bit slow. We'll keep the brain going, but shovel now. Every time I see a magic number, I'll say wrong. Good. that was the goal. Bro, that's, every developer has some pet peeve. Some people really care about tabs versus spaces. Couldn't care less. But magic numbers, how's Isadora, by the way, on track? Yeah, it's going well. It's going well. I've gotten a lot of progress done this past month. I'm really happy with how it's turning out. So, you got a head cold. Can you have shovel at your hospital bed for Make-A-Wish? I mean, I think the Make-A-Wish Foundation will pay for the travel, so sure. I'm in. RK, I just finished casting some magic numbers. Dude, that's actually someone in Discord was talking yesterday about a spell idea, like using random characters. Pretty similar magic numbers. You don't get the magic numbers. It's just if your code has a number that isn't named by a variable, right? It's when you say -12 instead of minus gravity. The thing with Turbo Warp is having 1 million variables is hard to work with, so you have 7 variables named temp pound instead. 0.3, 0.3, 0.3. Yeah. Dude, tweens are like actually the place where I'm most tempted to use magic numbers, but it's so hard. It's so annoying. I hate magic numbers so much that usually I avoid them. Usually. But different thing. Monarch, you mustn't. Yeah. That's definitely something you learn, especially when you work in a project for like a long time. Any magic number you put in early on will come back to haunt you. It is a nightmare. Even when you write code well, it can come back to haunt you. You go back and look at the function. You're like, what was why did I make these decisions? what made me think this was the way to handle what I was doing? But make a variable called 0.3 instead. See, unironically, if I was in Monarch's shoes, I would have a file called like global constants or something, and there would be one named standard tween duration that was set to 0.3, and then every time I called the tween, I would pass it standard tween duration, like, global.standard tween duration or whatever, so that when I look at the code, I instantly know what's going on. Stream Elements bot, I literally don't even have Stream Elements running. I don't know what you're doing here, bro. Get out of here. We don't like you. Remove. One of these days, I'm going to accidentally remove a comment from someone that isn't Stream Elements. Unironically, a good idea. That's what I would do. But I would use 0.3 sooner than standard tween duration. To each their own, but hey, Pioneer Rose, what's up? Oh, did you send me that email, Pioneer Rose? Let me go check. Nice. Okay, cool. Got it. Let me. Awesome. Okay, cool. Just have a variable for every number. I mean, I have to be the adult in the room that says having a named variable that just maps to every number is the same as magic numbers. At that point, you might as well just use the magic numbers. That's so funny. You do the complete opposite. Whenever you want to change a variable's value, you do it manually in Unity's inspector. Yeah, I mean, inspector variables are fantastic because they let you change things on the fly. I love using inspector variables for extreme tuning. You know, just take a number, crank it, and see what happens. It's also helpful for bug finding, actually. You know, if you have certain values and you crank them to, like, you know, they're normally 12 and you crank it to 70,000 and nothing changes, you're like, well, that number is probably not doing what I expect it to do. Hey, Chris Dreamer the Cool. I think that's probably a reference to Deltarune that I'm not familiar with. But you cannot wait for 4.6 auto creating export vars the same way you can for on-ready. That's nice. I just actually upgraded Isadora's Edge to 4.4 because I'm slow at picking up updates till I really need them. But dude, I wanted export storage, dude. Export storage is so nice. I use a lot of tool scripts, so having export storage makes my inspector way less cluttered. You wish you do something argning equals to its valid syntax, then you don't need a const to describe my numbers. True, yeah. In one project of mine, I have temp 1, temp 2, temp 3, and temp 4, which I think is worse. Yeah, I'd say. I mean, at least you know it's a variable, but you still don't know what that variable is doing. The Django Solstice. Just got into learning game dev a couple days ago. Almost have a full little mini game going using Pixar and Godot 2D. Nice. Congratulations. That's awesome. Internal screaming. You wanted to go by, was it Clack? I want to make sure I'm remembering that right. I think it was Clack. So Clack asks, what's export storage? So when you export a variable in Godot, the first and main thing it does is it makes it available in the inspector for you to change it, right? So you can go and mess with the number in the inspector and it will update in the script. And the reason it does this is because it exports the variable into the scene file. So when you save it, it saves the variable, right? That's what it does. And that's why you can change it in the inspector. So most people, when they hear export, they think this puts it in the inspector. However, what it also does is it means you can save variables that you change in editor, right? If you don't declare a variable as an export variable and you change it in editor, it won't save because it doesn't export it to the scene file, right? What this means is that if you have a tool script that's running in the editor that's changing variables on in your game or on one of the nodes, then it needs to be an export variable for it to save those changes, right? That's fine. You just make them export variables. However, if your export variable, if you have it marked as an export variable, it will show up in the inspector, which means if you want to save a bunch of variables to your scene file, your inspector will be very cluttered. Export storage is a tag that exports the variable to the scene file, but doesn't put it in the inspector. So it's a different term for serialized variables. Yes. Export storage are variables that are serialized, but not shown in the inspector, to say it extremely simply. Sekmek, Shovel, remember when I asked about music? I found a lot of sound effects and ambience that can be a replacement, but it'll be more realistic. Nice. With every game dev secret you make, the more I want to ditch turbo warp. You're aware of the fact that you have to search through 1 million variables. I mean, that's personally, I think Godot is a great engine. But yeah, Bubba, that's very cool. Wasn't aware of that. Sorry. Can't you just use variable categories and headers in Godot? In Unity, you can collapse things down and make it really compact. Oh yeah, you can do that. So you could make like a variable header that's like the storage header and like, you know, collapse that to hide a bunch of stuff. But you can just use export storage and then there's no way to change it, right? So for example, I have Malif, the environment artist who's working with me, and he gets into the project and makes changes directly. But if I am doing some tool script stuff that I don't want him to mess with my variables, then I can export storage them and he can't. And so it's helpful for decluttering the inspector. And even more importantly than decluttering the inspector, it means you can't mess with it. How do you stop sucking at your own game? Interesting question. It's actually an interesting question because, like, if you're making a game that's outside of your comfort zone and skill level, then like getting better at it is important if you want to balance it around a specific skill level. And generally, developers are the best at their own game. So if you're not good at your own game, it makes it even harder to balance. So in that regards, the answer is simple. It's just practice. But but with that in mind, having playtesters who are high, like across a bunch of different skill levels is probably the way I would go. Sounds nichely useful, but you don't know how. Yeah, if you're working on like a team, for example, in my export tool, or not my export tool, in my room editor tool that I made the video about, I have some nodes that are like with variables that are called like, variable name _ do not edit this because I didn't want Malif to actually go in and change the variables himself. So with that in mind, just making those export storage means he can't change them, which is nice. Literally just replace an export with export storage. Let's go. Very useful. Nice. Yeah, it's like I wanted them to serialize out to the scene file. And so I hid them. I hid them in a category that's like, don't touch this. And when you open it, the variables are like name _ do not touch this, which is practice that I've seen. You'd be surprised how many game studios that you actually work on use that _ all caps, don't touch this. It's very common, actually. Vari, have you seen the procedural animation I made this week? Genuinely so proud of it. It's so cool. Which channel is it in? I don't think I have. Yeah. You're so bad at gaming. Any game of yours is likely to be too easy for casual gamers. I mean, there's definitely a market for games that are not that difficult, right? Cozy games is like a massive genre. So, currently in general questions for some reason. All right, let me open it up and see what you're talking about. In general questions. End up making them so cool, just transplanting it into Gotta Take a Poo. Procedural animation for inventory. All right. Let's share the screen briefly. See what we're working with. So we got a chest. Pick up some lemons. Throw some lemons. Pick up a potion, throw it. Oh, so is it like it's like a crafting system. So is that like little chest like a crafting table and they float over the table? That's cool. That's nice. So like basically in theory, you could pick up any object here and throw it and it'll combine together like this. Nice. That's fun. Good job. Does the item that gets crafted like appear in the chest? Like if you were to walk up and open this, is it in there? Is that how it works? Yeah, it's nice. And it's like convenient that it can just work with any object you throw in there. Good stuff. Okay, let me hide my desktop, make sure I don't reveal any sensitive information. Because Jumpy wants me to look at what was in general chat. This is how many variables you had in one of your past. Oh my gosh. Oof. But not so bad. My enemy physics controller has a similar amount of exported variables like that. It's brutal. How can I let you play my game? Abdullah, if you go to the Discord, there is a forum called Showcase Saturday. And you can put your game in the Showcase Saturday forum. Sagra Libri worked 0.2 hours to this and I said, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's very nice. Thank you. That's awesome. Vari says the chest isn't really a chest, it's a temporary asset. Ah, I see. Aren't raging games the biggest marketing method? Is streamers and YouTubers raging at them? Yeah, I think I might be wrong about this, but my instinct is that the biggest marketing method for all games are streamers and YouTubers. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine just how impactful it is. Even when I was playing Steam Guesser, it's like the games that I recognized as one of the big streamers played these. They had like not inflated review numbers because, presumably they deserve those plays. But how does chat feel about visual novels, dude? Visual novels rip, man. They're great. I haven't played that many of them, but I mean, Doki Doki Literature Club is a classic. Shovel, is there a way to balance schoolwork and game dev? Because you can balance 2 jobs in game dev. Tell me how, because I'm struggling. Balancing stuff is tough. It is just a challenge. The best way I've done it so far is to make sure I bucket my time, where I'm like, this Sunday is specifically for developing Isadora's Edge. I'm not going to work on YouTube stuff. I'm not even going to pay attention to YouTube stuff. Yeah, I have some shorts I need to work on. Yeah, I have this stuff. I'm just going to ignore that. That's a problem for me later in the week. But this Sunday is for developing the game. Monarch, one day I'll send my stuff to Northern Lion and become famous. Right? Yeah. Isadora's Edge does not seem like the kind of game Northern Lion would play on stream, so I think I'm probably cooked on that angle. But RKI has a question about evil slopes. I got drowned in the chat. We're scrolling up. I see RKI said floaty. I like it. Looking for mushroom. Where's Mushroom Man? Having an issue with my 2D platformer, we're calculating a slope angle beneath the player. At the point where two slopes with different angles meet, the detected floor angle keeps flickering. Oof. Yeah. Well, I have one suggestion that you might already be familiar with. There's probably a clever solution for that. Maybe you sample multiple points and like multiple points close to each other and just pick one or something. I don't know. Almost 80% of what you play is what? Etrichia. That 80% of what you play is visual novels. Right. Is there a guide on how to upload games on Steam and not die in the attempt? I mean, uploading a game to Steam doesn't seem like that risky to your health. Hey, Shy Guy's here, and I like coding. We got 2. Oh, sorry, I lick coding. Don't want to get that wrong. Is 12 wishlists on day 2 good? Yeah, I think so. Right? I mean, it means there are 12 people who are interested in your game. I think that's one thing to keep in mind is like, you don't want to be on the hedonic treadmill where, as your number goes up, there's always bigger numbers. So at some point you got to be happy with the numbers you have, and keep those in mind so that you're not like, okay, well, I got 12 wish lists, but 100 would be really sick. Okay, I got 100 wish lists, but dude, if I got 1,000 wish lists, then I'd finally be happy. 1,000 wish lists. Well, I really need like, recommendations at least like 7,000 wish lists. So then you get 7,000 wish lists. So, yeah. I think anchoring yourself on your own like concepts, like picking stuff like your own goals and sticking to those goals. Don't let them slip away, right? It's like my goal on my YouTube channel was like, if I ever hit 100,000 subscribers, then I won, and so I'm good. Nothing more to chase at this point. It's all gravy, baby. Vari posted the number of exported variables on the main character of I Gotta Take a Poo. Yeah, that's looking like my enemy physics controller. Nice. I'll be happy with 1K wishlist on launch. I mean, it's a nice goal to shoot for, right? You've been interacting with a big visual novel dev community, and they're so supportive. You love to see how others' opinions of them are these days. Nice, yeah. I think visual novels are great. I think I think even otome games get like a bad rap. I don't play them, right? I'm not the intended market, but I think that is a very lucrative market, right? Those games sell for a lot. Those are expensive. I've seen Insandio her prices. It's crazy. Bubba, need to play more visual novels. Love a good story, right? Yeah. Second, I'll be happy with 3 wish lists. I mean, truly, if you're able to truly believe that, like if you're able to truly live that way, that's great, because then once you get your 3, you're cruising, baby. Programming can be fun sometimes. I agree. That's what I started with. I decided to learn how to program because I knew that you needed to program to make video games. So that's but MLK, do catch up? You used to make games on Construct 2. You always wondered how those pathfindings were made with quick processing, since Construct 2 pathfindings are kind of slow until you search on Google. Okay. Shurio13 says, is it better to use process delta or timer to track player location for ranged enemy? Tracking the player location in a ranged enemy, is it better to use a process or a timer? Oh, so do you look for the player in the process function, or do you look for a player on a timer? It really depends on how you want the enemy to behave, right? It's like, because if you're checking every frame, right? If it's in the process, if you're checking every frame, you're going to be real accurate. Like that ranged enemy is going to know where the player is, right? Especially if you just access it directly, right? If you write some kind of like, player finding algorithm that's like based on how much time has passed, look for them, then sure. But with a timer, unless the timer is like randomized, it'll feel very like, moving towards the player. And then as the player moves, it like falls out of date. And once you have the timer refreshing often enough, it's going to feel similar. So it really depends on how you want it to feel. But programming is always fun. I feel like if you don't enjoy it, you don't have a very bright path as a solo dev. I mean, definitely learning how to enjoy programming will be very helpful to being a solo developer. But I think because game development is such a multidisciplinary medium, then there are so many different things you have to do to make a game. And some of them will not be your favorite, right? So I think that like you can dislike programming and still be a really good game developer because there are ways around it, right? You can use visual scripting, like if you're in Unreal, and visual scripting. I mean, it is programming. I don't think it's not programming, but I think when a lot of people say they don't like programming, they mean they don't like writing code and reading code. But yeah, I think it's like when you're developing your game, it's you'll have aspects of it that you like more and aspects of it that are a little harder to get through, and I think that's just a part of the creative process. So Bubba, programming is my favorite part of the process, but the best option is group up with people who do the things you don't like or aren't good at. Yeah, exactly. I think being a part of a team is very helpful. It's like having the Isadora's Edge team behind me is one of the reasons it's possible to get it done while also doing YouTube. But I like coding. Shovel, I just checked. You have 166 impressions and 213 visits. Awesome. That's great. Kat, unfortunately, got to go for a while. Bye, everyone. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Kat. Hopefully see you again later. When it comes to pathfinding, a solid and performant way to do it is to have a generic Pathfinder script that executes a certain number of pathfinding actions per frame, and then have things that move request a path from the Pathfinder script. Yeah, I mean, that's more or less the standard way to do it. I think so. Yeah, see you, Kat. Writing code is the most fun part, but it's also very embarrassing looking at earlier very bad words. Hey, and let me tell you that doesn't go away. It's so funny. I was rewriting some of the level loading stuff for Isadora's Edge this month, and it's like looking back, because like obviously level loading is something you have to do really early on because you need to load the levels to play them. And looking at some of the decisions I made early on, I'm like, bro, what was I doing, man? I really did not set myself up for success with this. Not writing code, writing scripts. Oh, like writing as in like authorial. Is that a word? Authorial? Nice. Clack says RPG Maker might be an option. Very good towards making RPGs, so you need to bend over backwards to do anything else. But it's good to make RPGs without much programming. Yeah, exactly. There are lots of ways you can make a game even if you don't like programming. And I mean, with visual novels in mind, I feel like there are plenty of visual novel engines where you can do very little programming and just write a story. But yeah. Game Dragonify. You're making a roguelike and your script for checking for items is one massive if else statement. At this point, I'm scared to change it. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing, is you don't have to be good at writing code to make a game. Your code can be massive if else statements and it can get the job done. I wouldn't recommend it. But Bubba, I assume you were doing your best. I got to tell you, Bubba, I don't think that was my best work. I think that was it's 1 a.m. and I wanted to get this working before tomorrow because tomorrow I have dedicated to YouTube stuff. So I really need to get this working right now. So I'm going to just shit out whatever I can until the level loads properly. Jumping out. Shovel, can you tell me if that's a good idea? What's a good idea? I didn't see your previous message. Did you know Godot's if is faster than match? Really? Interesting. Is that true in GDScript and C#? That would surprise me. Shy guys, my code is literally my worst enemy. Yeah, that'll happen. Oh. Jumping Ebb, you have a project you want to work on, Chess Chaos Edition. But Turbo Warp is too basic for that project no matter what I try. You think you could maybe try learning Godot with that project? Yeah, Jumping Ebb, at this point, with your skill level at game design and game development in general, I would recommend trying to learn Godot just because I think it would unlock you to do stuff. I feel like you got a lot of creative ideas going around and you're a little bit limited by your engine right now. So Vari, pretty sure that's just a thing about GDScript. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I hope so, because I love using match expressions in C#. So, well, match statements and match expressions, those are technically different, right? MLK Ketchup. At this moment, you want to be a Game Maker user, but you're using Construct 2 for Mecha the Groven remake just to prove yourself that you're better, and it's not because of the engine. Ah, I see. Yeah, I've heard really good things about Construct. I haven't used it myself, but I've heard it's good, so. It's true in GDScript, because Godot spends time unpacking the expression you give it in match. However, if it's just a bull check. Noise. Kyle Welfare. Kind of specific question that you're curious about. In Isadora's Edge, do your hitboxes trigger damage on the body's areas they enter? Or do those body's areas hitboxes trigger the damage? Do you... Okay, let me really parse this question. Do the hitboxes trigger damage on the bodies they enter? Or do those bodies areas trigger the damage? It's hurtbox focused. So I have the hurtboxes, and when a hitbox enters them, the hurtbox processes taking the damage for the entity that the hurtbox is connected to, and the hitbox populates all the information about like damage types, damage source, extra statuses to imply, all that extra stuff. Rush Boy. Yo, hi, Dude Trouble. I just saw your recent short. It helped me so much. Hey, glad to hear that. That's the goal. Croaky. Especially to redo the code that was for the game jam. The whole game is built on some magic numbers. Yeah, it's a common thing to do when you're a beginner, and it really haunts you in the long run. I see RKI says went from scratch turbo warp to Unity to Godot. Stopped Unity because it made your OC explode. I'm assuming that's a typo. And you meant to say PC explode. So yeah. Yeah, Unity, dude. Unity is so, compared to Godot, Unity is so heavy. Like opening projects in Unity versus opening projects in Godot is a nightmare, man. It is brutal. The 0.3 jump scare. Shy Guys here. Gotta go. Keep gambling. Stay a blue rectangle. Yaso Next YouTube. Excited for the stream. Hope my game shows up in this one. Nice. What's your game, Yaso Next? I don't recognize your username, so I don't know if I saw it in Showcase Saturday. Let me go check the forum again. Oh, there it is. Oh, right. Acrobatic car. Yep. Okay, it's on my list. OC explode will be very bad. My original characters keep exploding. Bubba used Unity when you were like 13 years old on a Windows tablet and it barely functioned. Yeah, that doesn't sound like the premier developer experience. Nice. Sekmek, writing this so it can be paragraphs. So hi, I think I reached my goal. MLK, do catch up. Can't wait to see your game. Clack. Something interesting about being a self-taught programmer is there are a bunch of core features of the language that you just don't know. Yeah. I mean, that'll happen. And it's like, you didn't know about switch cases until you had very confused programmer friends. I mean, that's like the great thing about programming is like you can just get it done with whatever tools you have. What made me choose GDScript over C#? If I'm honest, I just wanted to use the language that was supported by default. I just wanted to use Godot as it came out of the box, because I thought if I used Godot with C#, I would get an impression of the engine that wouldn't be accurate to people asking me questions about it. Which is like, when I'm making a devlog about Isadora's Edge, I want the code to be like relatable or whatever. When I used Godot at my like game dev job, we used Godot with C#, so now I have the experience of both. And in general, I think probably C# with Godot is a little bit nicer, but that's probably just because I learned Unity first. So C# is a little like, it's just a little bit more natural to me. The same way like I learned Java before C#, so Java is even similar level of simple, right? Liar says, RKI, we love the assistant. True. Nice. Servercraft, you've written so many prototypes for games, but no actual games because by the time you get around, you forgot about it. Yeah. Sagra Libre, you wish you didn't use Unity, but nothing else clicked, and I like C# more than C++ or GDScript. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, a lot of languages is preference, right? I went GDScript with braces under my tree this year. True. Dude, having typed dictionaries in 4.4 is also so nice. upgrading. I was like, give me export storage and give me type dictionaries, baby. We're going to the moon. What about Unreal? I haven't used Unreal for anything other than like messing around with it a little bit. But the campaign director for Halo Infinite told me that that our Slipspace engine was very similar to Unreal. So he said that like it'd be easy for me to pick up Unreal because I had experience with Slipspace, and I think 343 has switched to Unreal at this point anyway, right? So Monarch in a voice chat with Quentin right now. Ask him to submit his game here. Hey, tell Quentin I said hi. Thank fuck for static typing. You hate dynamically typed languages. Nice. Your favorite language is BabaScript? What's BabaScript? I don't think I've heard of it. Oh, Segmic, you're going to bed. All right. Good night, Segmic. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, have a good night. Comrades, I use Construct 2. It's a 5-year-old JavaScript visual code thing, and people still think my games are good. Yeah. I mean, engine is just a choice, right? It's like ultimately, as long as you can make the game you want to make with the engine, then the engine works, right? But I think like discussing tools is also important. It's like you shouldn't you can't really judge the final product based on the engine that was used, other than being like, wow, they worked with that engine. That engine has like some difficulty, so cool that they were able to get around it. But when you're trying to pick the tools to use for your game, it's nice to know what your options are and what's going to help you out the most. So it's a meme language, programming language that reads like the game Baba is you. Ah, I see. Nice. But yeah, ultimately, whichever works best for you. Python is honestly overrated. I was never that big into Python. I mean, your intro to programming classes in college that I took all had me use Python, but I had already used C++ at that point. So because I used C++ when I was in high school. So when I got to college and they were like, all right, your first class is programming 101 and we're gonna use Python, I was like, cool. Actually, Bevy is the best engine. Dude, my boss at my previous studio was obsessed with Bevy. He talk about it all the time. So Monarch is boss coded right now. C++ is peak. Sure. I never like using C++, man. What's your favorite niche game engine? Mine is Flax. Oh, I really like this one called Godot, if you've heard of it. You learned GDScript before Python. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. I remember I never used Lua before I worked at 343, but I think Lua is the language that is used in Roblox, right? So never heard of it. It sounds lame. I will ban you, Bubba. Don't get it twisted. Just kidding. Anything that's not Java based is a great language to me. Ah, nice. You have an entire skeleton to pick with C++. That's a good way to say it. Game Builder Garage. That sounds so familiar to me. Did I watch like a YouTube video about Game Builder Garage or something? I don't know. What's Godot? Never heard of it, and you definitely did install today. Nice. I'm excited to see what you can make in Godot, Jumpy. You got some great design instincts. I want to see what you can do with a less restrictive engine. Lua means moon in Portuguese. Oh, that's sick. Game Maker Garage is a game for the Switch. Ah, I see. Nice. That's cool. Or Game Builder, not Game Maker Garage. Game Builder Garage. It's a game on the Switch. Okay. Man, it sounds so familiar, but like that Game Builder Garage is a game making game on the Switch. It does not ring any bells, even though the name sounds familiar. Why does voice acting have to be so expensive? Right? Whenever I look up the prices of voice actors, I'm like, whoa. All right, time to get my Discord community to send in voice clips of going that I could use for the enemies in Isadora's Edge. Nice. Takes time, a lot of do-overs. Yeah. Voice act everything yourself. That's what I do, dude. Same. You and bits. Nice. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Insandio. Yeah. Thank you. Insandio brought me some food. You'll voice the mushroom enemy. Sounds good, RK. I'll get you in there. Web builds suck. I see. Planning on just getting like 40 generic voice clips for each character to sprinkle in so dialogue doesn't feel empty. Does this mean Insandio has a physical form? No, a two-dimensional anime character just handed me some food, actually. That's how it works around here. All my homies hate web. Where do we get to sign up to voice different enemies? Luna's like, I know you made that offhandedly as a joke, but I'm already signed up. No one can take my spot. I swear to God, I'm first on the list. Do not get it twisted. You will not take this away from me, Shuffle. Nice. All right, let me eat some. Mushrooms, broccoli, and chickpeas. Damn, that's good. You want to voice act Isadora Sword? Bubba at his microphone alone at night going, swoosh, swoosh, wazoom. What are your thoughts on the whole @export versus $ versus % debate for node references? I have no horse in that race. You can use whatever you like the most, as long as it's supported, I guess. RKI will voice act the water, splishy splashy, splurshy splurshy. You might have to fight Insandio for that one. She's really big into the splurshy splurshy. Lizard like, what up? Is there a debate? Just export? I mean, if you're doing a solo project, you can just do whatever you want, you know? It's like you only really need like conventions, because like if you're the one programming, you're going to do it the way that feels natural to you. So you're going to be pretty consistent on your own, right? If you're a part of a team, having conventions is nice so that the project is consistent. But what's Sagar Libby says, what's the least favorite language you've had to use? C++. Man, I hate C++. Man, I cannot tell you how much I do not like C++. Jumpy, since you're here, how do you tile map? You have to use like the tile map layer nodes. There are plenty of good tutorials on YouTube. I guess technically you don't have to use the tile map layer nodes. You can just okay, I'll use Google. C# for life. Also, Rust is sick. I've used Rust a little bit. I didn't love it that much, but had friends complain about C++ and memory management. Yeah, I just don't like needing to worry about my memory that much. It's just some overhead that I don't really want to care about. When me and Tofu were working on Pin Game, you were fighting over exports versus preloads for node references. You wanted preloads for node references? Do you mean like references to packed scenes, or you mean you're not preloading? Do I understand? Maybe I don't understand. Or maybe you're doing some magic RKI that I'm unfamiliar with. C++ haters unite. Also, I used C++ when I was working at Amazon on like the fucking promotion discount calculation engine or whatever. And so that's just giving me it just reminds me of some time that I did not like. You meant like on-readies. Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. On-readies versus exporting. So you mean like manually serializing the references versus looking them up on start? Yeah. I in a lot of places I do both, which isn't really good practice, but I hate when I have to like restart the thing I want to test because I didn't plug something in the inspector. I think both are fine. If again, for a solo project, you can basically do whatever you want. If you're collaborating, I think doing on-ready setting is a little bit better because then you don't have to ever deal with losing the reference on like on version control management, right? If you serialize a bunch of references in and that's how you get the node references, and then you save it and then you push to GitHub and someone pulls it down and they lose those references, then suddenly it won't work. and because they're not the one who made the changes, they're like, it doesn't work on my machine. It's like, okay, get into a call and they open it up and like, oh, the references didn't serialize appropriately. It's like, it's just a little bit of a hassle. But if you on ready assign the node references, then that can't happen. So, the moment I type this, a lot of messages will come right after. The universe bends to your will. You had to use C++ to build a 3D renderer 8 months ago. You watched a tutorial and built the tutorial, and I had an insane uncaught memory leak that happened specifically on MSVCs, specifically on scones. Yeah, see, the thing I hate about C++ is that I even hate that sentence, just in general, Lots of messages. Thank you, Jumpy Neb. Thank you. How is it determined which games are played? It's vibes, man. I don't really have much of a system to it. I try to like not play the same genre over and over again because then I'll just be repeating myself with thoughts. So I look at the games. Right now I don't have my Shadow PC. I set up a virtual desktop, but it's a little bit buggy, so I probably won't play any downloadable games on this stream. Hopefully I have it working before the next stream. So I'll be playing web builds and then try to jump around genres or whatever. But Lyra says no spamming. Yeah, don't piss off Lyra. Lyra's a mod. She has the rights here. So, Shovel, you should pull out the barely functional roulette wheel. Hey, was it Matt? Someone fixed my roulette and made it much nicer. So shout out that dude. I would go look it up, but I already have Discord closed. So, I don't even have Discord closed. Well, I'm still not gonna go look it up. One thing you gotta know about me. Shovel actually has a good roulette. Yeah, I have a good roulette now. Thanks to that individual. So the invisible roulette wheel. Matt. Yeah, I made a fancy one. It was Matt. Did I remember that right? I'm not really that good with names. Cool. All right. Well, with that in mind, had some good yapitude. Let's play a game, shall we? See if we can give some feedback. Thanks, that individual. Well, I don't know. I don't know that much about stuff. Okay. I check my desktop audio. Site is not muted, so cool. And then if we switch to desktop view, we should be good to go. Nice. We have One Mistake by Lizard-like. Lizard-like, as you probably know, the community award winner of the Shovel Jam. So we've got a very special entry right here. Made this in a week for the Zeno Jam 1 Game Jam. Made all of the art, animations, effects, code, music, and sounds by himself. Lizard-like, kind of a genius. One Mistake. Unity. Didn't Lizard-like use Godot for the Shovel Jam? Is he just an engine genius or something? Okay, I think the volume on that game is pretty good. One Mistake. Press enter. Got it. Okay. I aim my jumps. I have like 2 jumps. Jump in a direction while aiming down to perform a small jump. While aiming down? Nice. Okay. Okay, hold on. One sec. I can't even think it's so loud. Turn it down in my ears. Okay. My brain was not functional. Okay. Okay, now it's extremely quiet. Okay, no, I can hear it. Y'all can still hear it, right? Okay. Dude, I love the way the background, the clouds look in the background. That is juicy. Ah, whoa, close. Jump to cancel all previous momentum. I see. Ah, okay. If I jump, I can press P. Classic. That's a high level of polish, Lizard-like. Have a settings menu. I don't think I ever did a settings menu in any of my jams. Okay. Nice. That's the trick, right? You can... Ah! Okay, well, that is the trick, but... You still have to be quick with it. The clouds are crunchy, but they work well. Yeah, the crunchy vibe to the clouds is nice. Honestly, it's like giving them like a cloud-like vibe, if you know what I mean. Because clouds in the sky aren't like, you know, perfectly outlined. Game Boy vibes, yeah. So, oh, close one. So the way the game works is you get 2 jumps, and when you start your momentum, you keep going in that direction. But you can jump off the ground to cancel your momentum. Nice. Nice. Wow, the controls are so good. I really want to go in there. The palette's also pleasing. Yeah, did you use like low spec or something to pick the palette here, or did you just freeball it? Do I use GD script for Isadora's Edge? I do. Oh, if you hit the ground too hard, you won't be able to jump until you stop moving. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. That's a platform, right? Okay, cool. Yo, look at that shadow. That's so nice. My player character is casting a shadow based on the sun in the background there. What is that level of polish, Lizard? Like, in a week? You're crazy. Nice. Wow, that's so good. Nice. Ah, I almost saved it. I don't know if I can make it from here. Oh, nice, but I got myself into a good position. Let's go. Reminds you of Super Meat Boy shadows. Yeah, the art style does feel a little Meat Boy-y. Oh, look at that shadow. That's so clean. No. Tragedy. Dude, the controls are so clean. This game is called One Mistake. Ah. I don't know actually why I had another jump there. If I'm honest with you. Couldn't tell you. Ooh, clean. Well, that was not right. The way the box like rolls. No! Tragedy! Okay. Yeah, the box has like a little rolling to it. Dude. This game looks fabulous. Yeah. And like one of the things that makes the game look so good is like the amount of like polishing details. Like the shadow that the box casts based on the sun, these little animations that the box has as it moves, the particles that shoot up as it rolls. It's like when you really look at the individual elements, like if you just stop moving and look at the screen, there aren't that many colors here. The main character is like a box that's essentially you know, a 3x3 pixel grid, right? And I mean, technically it's not 3x3. It's like 8x8, right? You can see it on the tiles. But the individual elements themselves aren't complicated to make, right? It's like the grass tiles, it's the same tile everywhere. And then the background tiles are like one single color. You know, it's just the shadow. But like that's a great use of values, right? It's like you know exactly where the platforms are because the background detail elements are, for one, not shaded. They're just a flat color. And second, the value is a lot more faded out, so they are clearly in the background. Then you have some crunchy clouds moving in the background, and suddenly, when you put everything together, the game looks amazing, even though the individual elements aren't that complicated. It's like, I feel like it's the juice and vibe that make it great, not graphical fidelity. Exactly. I think Bubba put the nail on the head right there, where it's like this game, the juice, the vibe, the polish, everything in it is really, really well done, which makes it feel so visually nice, even though it's very simple. It's like, I feel like if you're watching this and you're like a beginner developer or you think you're not that good at art, like Lizard Like should be your inspiration because this guy is incredible when it comes to making a game look good through simple elements that are like polished perfectly, right? Yeah, they're doing, Clack put it well, they're doing a lot with a little, right? You don't need to make that many assets to set up this scene. You just have to really think about what are all your different elements doing. With that in mind, where do I go? I think I can't go to the right there, so I have to go up and around. Nice. Think I can make it over that gap? Yeah. Your progress is always being saved. I don't believe you, lizard-like. Oh! My progress saved? Or... I went for the trick jump there. Oh! And we've fallen. Nice, nice. Do you think 2D pixel art or 3D modeling is more difficult? The actual 3D modeling, I would say, is harder. Animation-wise, I think... That's some, like, physics abusing right there. I'd say pixel art animation, I think, is harder than 3D animation. At least for, like, simple character animations, right? It's like doing... Oh! I don't know what happened there, but we take it. Nice, okay, we get a little bounce. I'd say pixel art animations, like hand-drawn frame by frame, and 2D hand-drawn frame by frame animations are tough. Whereas 3D, like for a rigged character, animating those has always felt fairly easy to me. But your progress is always being saved. I still don't believe you, Lulu. Like, so I think that's where like two of the big difficulties go. But I think every medium has their own individual challenges. So I think that like the difficulty conversation is like not that relevant. Can I make this with like the standard this style? Yes, I can. Nice. Like having worked in all of the mediums, you know, Halo Infinite is like a first-person 3D game, and then I did like a low-poly 3D Unity game. Say they all have their own difficulties. No. That looks like it's some kind of binary decode. Is it saving to disk every update frame? Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Yeah, Bubba, you're on the case. I want you to take a screenshot of these numbers and tell me what it translates to. In the meantime, check this out. Nice. I didn't actually expect that to work, so pretty happy with it. Oh, I'm still on lunch. Nice. And we're in. Okay. Nice. Oh, almost. It turns into a hoax. Oh, interesting. Didn't he work on the Bazaar? Yes, I worked on the Bazaar. So that was like a 3D Unity game, but like as shown from a 2D perspective. You know, technically the game's in 3D, but it's like a fixed camera angle or whatever, right? So. Can I get... Okay, I can cross that. Ah! Dang it, I jumped a little slow. Nice. Okay. No, I meant to go a little bit to the sideway. Why did I bother translating that text? What part of Halo Infinite did you work on? I was on the single-player campaign stuff. My first job title was gameplay engineer, which changed... No! Which changed to content engineer when I needed to do more scripting stuff and working with the designers on like levels. Okay, we're locked in. A death block erases your progress by resetting you. Here, gravity's doing the same thing, right? Nice, okay. Alright, you think you're real funny, huh, Lizard? That is your real name. Oh, boom, okay. Luckily, I played Biscuit Dungeon on stream, so at this point, nothing else can get to me. Ah, no! Okay. Here at least can sometimes save you from getting back to the start. Yeah. It could have been real evil with this game and made it like so that the falls are like way more brutal. Oh, that's what that meant. When you said aim downwards for a small jump, my brain interpreted that as jumping straight down, and that didn't work, so I didn't try down diagonal. Okay, down diagonal for repositioning slightly is very convenient. I almost wonder if you should get rid of it. Like, from a game design perspective, doing like this trick to reposition myself to cancel my momentum feels really good in a way that this is like, okay. Oh, we're in there. Yeah, those micro readjustments I feel like are too powerful. No! Sorry, I lied. Not too powerful. My words and my deeds have come back to haunt me. Okay. But sometimes you can't trust my advice, which is that make games harder, because I do be... Whoop. All right. Don't know what I'm doing here. Yeah. That is something, like, when a skilled player plays your game, which I'm not saying I'm necessarily skilled at this. I might have no clue what's going on. But when someone who's good at your game plays it and their advice is make it harder, you gotta take it with a grain of salt sometimes. Rage Game Saturday, my favorite day of the week. Play Biscuit Dungeon and really reach total and complete Zen. Yep, right? Buddhists practicing Biscuit Dungeon. Your method is faster. I've seen speedrunners use it. Ah, it's the high skill option for speedrunners. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, oh, no! We're still alive. Nice, okay. No, no, no! Oh, if you fall for a long distance, you explode. Okay. Well, 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 well. Okay. Did I lose the music? Okay. Last game, I think you played a game similar to this one. It's honestly impressive how you keep your temperature without losing progress in these games. One of my #1 skills in life is having a high patience. Okay, little micro adjustments. I don't think so. Ah! I was wrong. Okay. No. No. Okay. Ooh. Whee. All right. Oh. Oh, I thought we had it. Okay. What? Micro up in. No. We're fine. I've lost my music privileges. Okay. Oh, we in. And nothing bad can happen from this point. Yo, let me up or let me up. We in. Nice. Chat quick, make music to fill the void. All right, everyone start singing to yourself. How do we get music back? They say insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, right? What is that thing they say? Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results? Hold on, 1 second, chat. What's that thing they say? Just keep trying the exact same jump. Eventually it'll work. What you got for me, Lizard? One mistake and it's all gone. Well, you hate to see that sign when you're so high up, don't you? Are those spikes? I don't think so. We got a #1 victory royale. We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite. We about to get down. 10 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out Tomato Town. My friend just got downed. I revived him and we're headed southbound. Look at the map. Something, streets. I don't know the words. Pretty big fall, don't you think? Nah. I would simply not fall. Oh. Dude, we were kind of schmooving for a second there. The sign of risk. Now this is a very effective lizard-like. Shovel Rap Career launches today. You have no idea. No! We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. We're not fine, we're fine, we're fine. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. It ain't worth it, Bubba says. We don't do things because they're worth it. We do things because we can. Oh fuck, kill me. All right, maybe we can't do them. Hey, we're back to this jump. My favorite jump. Woohoo! No, no. Okay, we're fine. We do things because we can't. Ah! Ah! No! Okay. All you have to do is stay calm. No! Ow. Oh, and we're bouncing, and we're bouncing, and we're bouncing, and we're gaming. Luckily, I've done this part a million times, so it comes easy for a guy like me. Ah! Look at the schmovement. I've lost my music privileges again. Don't you hate when that happens? Boop. Hey, we're here again! My favorite jump. At least your progress didn't get reset. Biscuit under PTSD. Dude, making the fall, like, knock out the music and do, like, the big damage is also so clean. Boop, 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 boop. There's a sign on the wall over there. Do you see that? Oh, it's hidden behind my camera. Hold on. What's that sign doing over there? How am I supposed to just forget about such an alluring sign like that? No. Okay. Stay calm. It's not the difficulty that gets you, it's the panic. Nice. We need lava, we need more resets. We need checkpoints that have a limited amount of uses. Okay. No, I missed. Okay. But not a brutal miss. No checkpoint would be better than being limited. I mean, certainly from like a player psychology perspective. No. Okay, messed up that jump several times now. But every failed jump is a learning opportunity or something like that, right? I still remember Shovel destroying my eardrums after Biscuit Peak. I still remember destroying my vocal cords after Biscuit Peak. Okay. Okay. Ah, I see what I need to do here. Do I? Nope, that was wrong. Aw, man, my music privileges. Hey, it's my favorite jump. I thought I would touch the top and get a jump back so that I wouldn't be, you know, going over the ledge without a jump to try to reorient myself. But I was incorrect about that. Nice. The definition of insanity. No. Okay. Whoa. I hit some kind of like crazy speed up there. Nice. Do I have to like get back up to like close to where I fell before to get my music back? That is a sick mechanic, actually. What if you came to terms with your anxiety and got a third jump? Any Celeste players in chat? Ooh. Whoa, what is with that like extreme speed on my like slight reposition there? You actually did it. You've reached the sign of risk. Now go back. We don't do things because we're easy. We do things because they're worth doing. All right. The sign of risk. Imagine if it was blank A, actually. Oh, I'm getting those in extreme speed ups. No. All right, but we got the sign of risk, so now we don't need to do that anymore. Nice. Okay. I want my music back. Hey, my favorite jump. Oh, we've gotten too good at my favorite jump. How I feel playing Halo 2 on casual. Nice. But look at the schmovement. We're back up to the sign of risk in no time. Oop. Oh, Skeleton is here. What's up, Skeleton? Alright, now we're... Oh, hey! I can interact with this thing? That's cool. Oop. Let me in. Hey, let me in. Hey, let me in. Oh, I see. Do I need to do, like... Nice, okay. Whoa! Surprised I didn't make that jump, but I didn't get punished for it, so what are you gonna do? Nice. I see what you're doing here. I think you're trying to train me to when I see one of these cogwheels, I spam jumping, and then you're going to use that tendency to punish me later. So remember, don't spam cogwheels. Don't do it. Movement? What do you think of the difficulty so far? Oh, I think it's really good. Ooh, okay. Come on. Oof. What do I do with this? What's that say? I can't read it. This is tough. This is a toughie. I really don't see the angle, if I'm honest. Yep. Okay. Brutal. Okay. But really nice that, like, that landing is pretty forgiving for such a difficult jump. It's like Lizard like is pretending like this is a rage game, but a lot of the design choices are. Uh-oh. Ow. Like, look how hard it would be to actually fall from this part right here. It's definitely possible, but there's a lot of protection built in. At least on the right side, you know. Where the side where you're making this difficult jump off of this cogwheel is pretty protected. How many times did I fail in this part? Like 2 or 3, I think? Well, now I need to get up there. Ah! Ooh. Close one. Can I do a micro adjustment there? I can. Nice. Okay. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Whew. Sorry, I got a little bit locked in. Sort of forgot I was streaming. Dude, look at the atmosphere. Dude, what is that jump? Oh my gosh. Okay, I see it. I see the angle. We back up. We slide back a little bit. No. Okay, that's fine. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Whew, these jumps are getting tight. Okay. Ah! Tragedy strike. Ah, we're back to this. What was that save? Nope. Okay. I thought I had momentum on my side there. Go. All right, let's just save it. Okay. Nice. Okay, okay, we're gaming. Maybe the stream was the friend we made along the way. True. Oh. Okay. Oh no, I have to do the super difficult jump again. Brutal. Easy. Oh, oh, I had it too. That's okay. Every fail, you know what we say around here? We say lose is improve. Oof. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Nice. Okay. Go through. Loses improve. Nice, nice, nice. The box is the former president of Iraq, Saddam Hussein. If that is actually the twist, it would be a crazy prediction. Oh. Rough. Okay. Wow, that jump is brutal. Okay, I would like to retract my former comment about getting rid of the tiny microspacing jump. I can see that the rest of the game is built around having it. You picked a good time to tell me about it. Uh-oh. I meant to go at an angle there. Instead, I just jumped up. Huh? Okay. Oop. Nope, not quite. Dude, this is like a slightly less forgiving version of my favorite jump. Nice. Nice. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, I didn't get my second jump back there. I wonder how you do the, like, how far you've made it detection, because, like, my music is starting to come back here, which makes me think the game thinks this is where I failed last time, which is kind of true. This is sort of where I failed last time. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Okay, we're back. Let's go. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't think I can make that with a regular jump. I think I should do this. Nice. Furthest we've been. Let's go. We're gaming. I'm sorry? Oh, no. You hate to see a message that says, I'm sorry, after you get past the difficult part. Okay. Oh, nope, not quite. You would think a staircase wouldn't be so difficult. These sort of jumps are brutal. Oh, I know what I need to do, I think. But I hate that that's what I think I need to do. What I need is reaction time to jump as soon as I hit that. Yeah. Hey, what is this? What is this part right here? I need some explanation. Oh, but I got the idea. Alright. Whew. Your jumps reset the moment you're on the ground, so you can jump again even if you fall from the stairs. Yeah, I realized that's what I needed to do. Now I need to, like, ride this guy. Oh! I didn't do my micro adjustment. I did my big hop. Brutal, brutal. Oh, I did a big hop again. Oh, I gotta stop doing that, man. That part, maybe I'll regret saying this, but I think that part's not actually that difficult. It just looks difficult. Okay, be careful with this. Okay. Nice. Ride this. Okay. Whew. Oh, there's another mechanic I'm not familiar with. Let's go. That makes sense. No. Okay, recovery. I I didn't do my micro adjustment. I did big hop. Okay. Can I ride that thing up? Maybe, but it looks dangerous. But the right side looks dangerous too. So which danger do I prefer? This way. I said that way. Okay. Whoever put you here clearly doesn't make any logical sense. Whoever put me here doesn't make logical sense. But I put me here. Bro, what is this? Okay, I need to push the top of that really hard, I think. Lore? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Alright. Really takes a double punch to get those guys moving. Oh, okay. Bro, what is this ladder? We're locked in. Oh, okay. That little micro adjustment there felt very dangerous, but we get it done. We get it done. Okay. Whew. Monarch, so glad. He said, what? What did he say? Will he ever gain music rights back? True. No. No. Uh-oh. I don't have my jumps back. Okay. Whew. That could have been really bad. But not so bad. Uh-oh. Okay, that did not work the way I wanted it to. Maybe I need to make sure this is set up properly. Yeah, like that. That's not right. Don't think I set it up properly. Okay, okay, okay. That's not bad. No! Uh-oh. We're cooked. Okay, we're fine. Whew, okay. The ability for the game to cascade your vertical failures into horizontal ones. Yeah, having the platforms that move by themselves is great because you can't correct, you know? It's like you're in a position where whoop. Ah, I didn't reorient correctly. Oh, no, no, just stay calm. We can save it. Okay. I didn't actually get the diagonal movement off there. Ooh, this is tough. Can I sneak in there? Almost did. Nice. Okay. Uh-oh. Failed to get my diagonal movement input off. Okay, we go to the right here. No, no, we don't. We fall. Uh-oh. Whew. Okay, close one. Almost fell even further. Okay. We just want to make sure we make it on here. Yeah. All right. Nice. Just ride this over. Nice and simple. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. Okay. We're fine. We're fine. Uh-oh. Close one. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, that was a bad correction. Oh, but I got my jumps back. Nice. Not that punished. Not that punished. Uh-oh. Punished. We can recover. We can recover. Okay. Oh, we can recover. Nice. All right. Whew. Kind of insane recovery there. Nice. Okay. 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 Whew. Dude, this was so easy the first couple times I did it. But nice. Okay, that's. I said that's the way. Like I figured anything out, but I didn't figure anything out. So I'm gonna just keep sending it the way I've been sending it on that, and hope it works out. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Oh. All right, here we go. The last 30 seconds have been a sine wave of we're so back, it's so Jovert, right? I mean, that's what a rage game's all about, huh? Okay. Stay calm. All right. Those jumps are my real enemy. Okay. Go back to this ladder. The stuff. Are these games from communities or recommendations? Yeah, it's just anyone in the community that wants to submit their game. Okay. Oh, there's signs over there. All right. Oh, shit. What we got? Don't believe him. He's dead. That's like some interesting lore, and also it's very funny. The like blacked out sign that you can't read is dead. Nice. Nice touch. Also, I feel like coming over here might actually be an easier way up than what I was trying to do. You're really close now, but there's something I've been meaning to tell you. What is it? You don't win when you reach the top. You never do. The game just resets and you get nothing out of that. Oh, I'll get a sense of pride and accomplishment, you know? I don't want to reach the top because the game says I should reach the top. I want to reach the top because I want to reach the top. Woo! Uh-oh. I was hoping you'd understand what I meant, so I created this tunnel for you. Ooh. A choice. If you jump down here, I'll give you a crown and you'll be remembered as the king of this deteriorated world. But if you continue up this path, the game will reset. We're resetting, baby! I can't really direct you or blame you since I was never really here. You're just reading a bunch of scribbled letters. Well, who left the letters, bro? I was once sorry, too. I don't see a way to keep going up. Game didn't reset either. Ah, okay. No, that's not it. Let me in. You can keep going right? Oh, okay. I think that's the highest block. The end! Let's go. And then the game resets. A game by Lizard Mike. Code, art, animation, sound design, music, level design, and game design by Lizard Lake. Who did the voice acting? Thanks to my play fixers, Trollfish, and Newbie for willingly exposing themselves to this torture. Thank you for playing. No, thank you for creating this game. And I'm sorry. Hey, nice to meet you, sorry. I'm Shovel. I hope the rest of your day goes well. Hey, me too. Thanks, Lizard. Shift R to reset all progress. See if he says anything else. Shift R to reset all progress. Funny, when I press Shift. Alright. And we reset. Nice. Dang, it's crazy how different the top of the map looks from the bottom of the map. That is some great detailing. Okay, so obviously, peak. Obviously, incredibly well-designed game. Oh, wait, what's that over there? I totally missed that the first time. How do I get there? Do I need to do some kind of trick jump? All right, I want to give feedback to this game, but first, I want to go find out what that is. Ah, I missed it. Ah, almost. That's probably the return from the top. Yeah, but it looks like I can get there from the bottom, right? If I just, like, get a perfect jump in. Aren't you guys curious what happens if I get in there? Okay, let's slow down a bit. Nope. Wrong order. I have to go up and then left. Can't go left and then up. Oh, almost. Well, we'll need to wait like 2 more hours in feedback time. Yeah, until I get this jump. Dude, what if there's like some crazy lore reveal in there that we need to fully appreciate the context of the game, you know? See? So, where's my crown? Well, we made it. The genocide ending. True. Okay, so as far as feedback goes, I almost feel like there's no need to even give feedback to Lizard-like because this game is pretty incredible as it is. The mechanics feel great. Everything's incredibly well designed. Like, the level design is like extremely good. All the polish is really good. I actually think the main feedback I would have for playing this game is that if you are a new developer, right? If you're not that accustomed to pixel art and like your pixel art is still very rudimentary, if you're still getting started on this whole like game development journey, what I would recommend is you play Lizard-like's games and you study them. You should be studying all of the decisions that this guy made because this game is incredibly well designed. And like we said at the beginning, that this game is doing a whole lot with a little. And it's like figuring out how Lizard was able to do so much with so little will help you tremendously in making your own games, right? So like, for example, if you're trying to like make your movement feel better, take a look at everything that's happening here. Like when I land, it's not just like instant land. There's like boom, 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 right? There's some subtle feedback to it. There's like a bounciness to it, which is fantastic. Like when you jump, another thing, when you jump, look, there's like the little circle that plays. So when you press the jump, there's like instant feedback that lets you know you're hitting buttons. The shadow that dynamically moves as you're jumping makes all the action feel more impactful. The little like rotation on the character as it does these little micro adjustments is great. Look at the way when I'm jumping on the tile sets the tiles that don't have any grass, nothing happens. But then when you touch the grass, little bits of grass pop out. Little details like that go a long way to making your game feel polished. And that can take it, like, imagine this game without all that juice. It would still be a fun rage game, but it would be way, like, less visually appealing, and it would feel less fun to play, right? It's like, that juice doesn't just make it visually more appealing, it literally makes it feel better to play, right? It's like, even, look at this detail, right? When you dash along this grassless tile, there isn't any grass, and also there's no sound effect. If you listen, I'm just gliding, right? It's just nice and slidey. But when I slide along the grass, listen. You hear that? There's a little sound effect of the grass getting like ripped up by me sliding along it, right? So that makes it feel incredibly juicy. As I hit the grass, there's a sound effect. I come to a stop. I don't actually... Does it change the physics here too? Honestly, it doesn't even look like it changes the physics. It might just be purely visual, which is fantastic. And then also, I feel like one underrated thing that Lizard-like did that's an incredible tool is paying close attention to the values of your background. It's like, look how his background is one color. It's one color. You have the like slightly like dark green, if that's what you'd call it, like the extremely pale gray green for the tiles in the background. And for the sky in the background, it's just this pale blue. And then you have the white clouds, and the clouds are a little shaded. But even with such a limited color palette on his background, it feels so good. You know, it's a very common thing when you're making your art in the beginning to make everything super detailed, right? But you don't need your background to be detailed. And in some places, having your background be detailed, can be distracting, right? It makes it like visually cluttered. But that's another thing that's great about the design. It's like the level design is so good, and you can tell exactly where you're allowed to jump. It could be one color with different transparency. True. And it's like, even, you know, to take a lesson directly from Celeste, when you run out of jumps, you turn red. How is, like, that's so nice for the player. Like, I know that I'm cooked there. And then just to show it off again, so that we can discuss it, I need to fall from a bigger height than that. Okay. Maybe if I fall... If I fall from there, will that trigger it? Let's go a little bit further if I can. Okay, okay. Let's fall from here. If I can pull it off. Like there. You turn red, the music like slows down and stops. There's like some distortion filter on it. It's like, it really makes you feel the impact of falling, right? And that goes a long way too of making your mistake feel like, oh no. Imagine if you just fell and everything stayed the same. It'd be like, I fell. You know, but now I don't have my music. It feels like I'm being punished for my mistake. And it's being punished in an interesting way because all I did was lose the music, right? But it makes it feel way tenser, right? And it's like by adding the tension to like getting through an area, it's like, I've already beat this area, right? So going through it again, it's going to feel less tense. It's going to make me feel like, oh, let me just get through it. But by cutting out the music, it feels much nicer, right? It feels like, oh man, there's like a lot of tension here. Can I make it back up to where I got before? And then once you get here, was it up here? And you get your music back. It's like, oh, I'm getting rewarded for making it back up. You know, I don't need to worry anymore. It goes back to playing like you were before. So it's like little details like that increase the tension. One thing you could do is you could even lean into, oh, my favorite jump. What you could even do is lean into that even further is like when you fall, you take the damage. It can like cut out your music and you could even like vignette to like mess up the screen's vision a little bit. You could make your jump counter get like a little messed up. Like you could look damaged and you have to like get back to where you want to be before you have to get back to where you were before you get all your stuff back. Like little details like that go a long way. So when I say what you should do, if you're a new developer, is study these games, that's what I mean. Play through it and like look at all the decisions that were made and what are all the little details that make something like good, you know? Like what makes this game feel so good to play? Oh, also, this is another great thing to talk about. If this sign is just there, right? Imagine it doesn't say the sign of risk here. Imagine it's just a sign over there. How incentivized am I as a player to try to grab it? I mean, I want to read the sign, but it looks tough, so I might be like, that sign's not worth it. But by just scribbling the sign of risk on the tiles here, suddenly you're challenging the player. You know they're going to read that and think, well, I can read that sign. It's just a great way to mess with the player psychology to make them want to get it, you know? It's like getting your player to want to do the things that you want them to do. Someone in chat just pointed out like the jump counter doesn't follow you strictly. It like tweens behind you a little bit. And that's like another great detail. Something I didn't even really pay that much attention to or notice, but it does make it feel way more reactive in like a good way, you know? And that's what you want. You want your game to make your player want to do this tough stuff and feel good about like doing it, you know? And also the way the background like changes in color as you keep going up is a great detail. And like the sun looks like it gets brighter. And then because of that, you have like a slight color shift on the tile set as well to change the whole vibe of the atmosphere so that the atmosphere is also reflecting the fact that it's getting more difficult. And then I think like having the auto rotating elements that like as you go up, when you fall, you hit the auto rotating elements, which cause you to also get displaced horizontally. So you're losing progress in both axes, and it does the thing about a rage game that you love to see, where once you like miss a jump when you're up high, you watch your player go like dunk, 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 and the whole time you're like, no, stop falling. It really works. This game is the perfect game to study if you are a new developer and you want to see what can you do to enhance the feeling of playing a simple game. Because ultimately, this is a simple game, right? The mechanics aren't particularly novel. You jump it's like Jump King without charging, more or less, and you get a double jump in the air, right? But because when Dishevel accidentally play through the game twice, I mean, you got to talk about, you got to play through it as you talk about it, right? But yeah, so that would be my advice to anyone watching. And to Lizard Like, my only feedback for you on this game is that you could put it on Steam for like $5. Like you could either put it as is on Steam for $5, or you could add like a couple more levels that like are harder than this first one, so that the game like has a couple hours of length, like so there's like 4 or 5 hours. and then put it on Steam for $5. And I think people would really enjoy it. I mean, you've made something really sick here. And the fact that you did it in 7 days is crazy. If you spent a full month on this game and made a full release for Steam, I think it could get some traction for sure. Especially because it looks so juicy, right? It's very easy to imagine this game getting numbers. So, Bubba, Shovel, I actually have a game to show off this Saturday. I put in Discord. Oh, awesome. Let me switch and let me open it in Discord and add it to my list. We got, boom, add this here. We have this one. See, there are more forum posts, so they're going on the list. Boom. And this one. Okay, cool. Got some games on my list. All right. What was next? All right, next up, we have Umtria PT by Gramcraft. Meet Varo in my very first game project. It's just a prototype. Okay. Yeah, I think Umtria said this is like their first game dev project, and they just want some feedback on their beginner work. Lizard like, for extra content, there are 2 more difficulties which increase the overall game speed. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, for 7 days, that's crazy, Lizard. For 7 days, you cooked unbelievably hard. What are you doing? That's nuts. How many game jams have you won, man? That's wild. All right. Oh, yeah, thank you, Lyra. Being on the list doesn't mean it'll get played today. I'm just keeping track of games that I want to play at some point, so... Nothing. Unless we'll turn... All right. Back. I mean, nice little intro screen. AD to move. Boom. Press shift to sprint. So like speeds me up. Okay. We're zooming. So there's one piece of feedback for you right away. Is like while I'm you have this like cute little face on the sprite, right? And when I move left and right, my face wiggles left and right. Look how cute that is. But when you shift, your face stays the same. But shifting is exerting more effort. So I think what you can do to make your little character like more like cute, more relatable, to make players have like a more visceral reaction to it, is when you press shift, make him like look like he's like concentrating really, like he's harding. You know, give him like he's messed up that sense. Make him look like he's concentrating really hard, right? Make him look like he's putting in a lot of effort, like furrow eyebrows or something. Give him a different expression. You could even squish his face a little bit so that like as you are zooming, when you're pressing shift to sprint, he like reacts to it, you know? That kind of like reactive facial animation, especially on like this little like computer sprite, I think would go a long way to like enhancing his personality. Okay. My health bar files for bankruptcy. True. Do I have an attack or do I just need to like dodge him? I like the particle effects on the screen is nice. Okay. The character moves very smoothly. True. Serpentine. I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to do about that guy, but I just get like a green bikini or something? Oh, that was a health. Okay. That's funny. Hold on. Let me see how high I can get to demonstrate it. Another thing that comes to mind is you might want to cap the fall speed. If you just if you let the velocity that gravity applies increase, you know, forever, eventually you'll just like zoom all the way to the bottom. It will only change the game feel very slightly, but it just makes the movement feel a little more polished. Jump down. Okay. Bro. I mean, you got me, I guess. Yeah, terminal velocity. Do I have a short about terminal velocity? I vaguely remember writing a script for one. I don't know if I ever like... Oh, Serpentine. You got nothing. You got no moves. Okay, he had a couple moves. Grab my green bikini. Boom. Okay, seems like I'm not supposed to jump down. Oh, yeah, see... There's another thing. A classic thing that every platformer player hates are blind jumps. When there's an obstacle you can't see that you have to jump down and dodge and you can't see what's happening, players hate that. Every player who plays this game, when this happens and they hit this obstacle, they're gonna hate it. And they're gonna blame the game. They're gonna blame the game and the developer. not themselves. Ow. How am I supposed to do that? Do I have like a infinite coyote time? Let me try it. Seems like I might have infinite coyote time. Yeah, okay. It just doesn't feel fair. Yeah, exactly, Lyra. Okay, yeah, I have infinite coyote time. Well. Serpentine. Okay. Grab my green bikini. The only thing is there's a slight jitter when they're on the far side of the screen, but that's the physics refresh rate and the mono refresh rate being different. Yeah. That happens a lot where you're not syncing the movement of the character sprite. It's worth fixing because that will turn off a lot of people, but it's not like the end of the world. Ow. Okay, I need that green bikini. Nice. Good sound effects, by the way. Boing. Yeah, that's definitely something worth fixing is the jitter on the character. But that's one thing that yeah, see this right here? if your player, like, they get to see the spike before they decide to hit this, which is good, but you want to be careful with obstacles that hit you from out of sight. What an easy level. True. That's evil. Used to have that issue and it drove me mad. Yeah. See, right here, this is a good example of how to do it correctly. I can see the spikes. I know they're at the bottom. I know I need to hit this jump or I'll get hit by the spikes, right? Although it looks like the hitbox was hitting me even though I was hitting the spring. Yeah, you probably want to be a little bit more generous there. Again, like, that's one of the game design principles that I think is really important, is you want the player to feel like the mistakes are their fault, right? You never want the player to feel like, man, why did this stupid game do that? Pixelated into dust. All right, some invulnerability frames also wouldn't go unappreciated. Whee! Oh, I get it. You can't grab that, so you're like tricking the player. Okay, looks like that is just a dead end. I think the damage audio player is set to loop. Oh, like when you take damage, it just loops. Ow. Oh, I think you're right, yeah. When does the enemy start shooting at me? Can I see them before they start shooting? No. So that's like another good example. I can't see that enemy before they start shooting at me, which generally you would like to avoid. Because when they just start shooting from off screen, it's like, okay, cool. Also, you have a dead zone on the center of the camera, which is nice. It makes the camera motion feel smooth, but it means that, like, as I'm moving to the right, look how I'm limiting my space to see the obstacles in front of me as I move in a direction. Right? I can only see like 30% of the space in front of me. It might be worth actually tweening the camera in front of the player's direction, you know? Yeah, I thought this was like a basic platform. I didn't realize it was also going to be a rage game. Yeah, do I have an attack? Or am I just supposed to dodge those bullets? And it seems like the way to dodge a bullet is to just jump randomly. Yeah, it's not clear to me. Let me just hit some buttons. No, okay, yeah. I take damage hitting that. Oh my god, so many enemies. Oh, I see what I need to do. I see what I need to do. Okay. So, the solution to this is to jump on this and for some reason not get all the way up there. And for some reason still not get all the way up there. Are you good? Why is it not working? Hold on, do you need to hold shift while you hit? Okay. I would make the springs not rely on you holding shift. Okay, what you need to do is leave yourself a path back. So that you can collect all of these hearts and get back. Now, I have the extra hearts for dodging the bullets. Well, dodging is a strong word. I figured the solution out. More bullets. 1 heart left. Easy. Not even close. Not even close. Press E. Okay, well, I have a gun. Oh, why did it say to press E, but shooting is on left click? Nice. Okay, nice. Press R to reload. Nice. Take some ammo, yeah, brother. Do be like that. Okay, well, I should honestly not waste the ammo. Okay, we're up. Oh, oh. Yeah, so the enemies from off screen that I can't see. Too many people play Mario Maker, huh? The off-screen thwomp epidemic. Nice. Okay, we're up. Alright, deleted by physics, I suppose. Oh, E is to pick it up. I would make it just auto pick that up on a... Yeah, this is a very confusing tutorial here. Because you have to press E to pick it up, but it looks like you'll just pick it up by grabbing it, so then you make the player think you press E to shoot, and nowhere does it say left click to shoot. So... Nice. Okay. Nice. All right. Oh. Oh, I hit the spring between the spikes without touching the spikes. That's tough. That's tough. Okay. Got some extra ammo, which is good. Dodge these guys. Spike jump. Make sure you reload here so you have bullets for shooting the guy. If I miss all my bullets, huh? Consider that. Any more dudes? Boost yourself with the gun shoot behind you. Okay. Seems like I didn't have enough bullets loaded, and I still have to press E to pick that up. Okay. All right. We got this. Oh, Lizard Like, you heading to bed? See you guys next Saturday, most likely. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Lizard Like. And thanks for the great game. I think it'll be very useful to developers everywhere. Let's get the extra heart. Might lose it trying to hit this jump, but... Nice. Okay. Very precise. All right, we're gaming. Nice. Only use 5 bullets for that boost. Okay, we're in. Nice. We only took... I don't know how much damage. Okay. You need all 10 bullets loaded to make it over this jump, but the tutorial has you use bullets before you get to this jump, so you're likely to need to reload halfway through this and die to these spikes. You could probably make this half the length and only even need like 5 bullets to get across for people to learn the mechanic, but just a little thing like that. Jump and shoot down. Oh, that's cool. What? Okay. Maybe I can shoot these like multiple times. Maybe I need to like... Okay. Okay. Am I playing games in a certain type of order? Random luck? Yeah, I have a list. If you enter Showcase Saturday, I put you on the list. I'm not even 100% sure what I need to do here. It's like, I think I need to shoot this thing. Okay, we made it across. If you jump as soon as you hit the spikes, you can get another round off. Bro. Bro, what were you thinking? Okay. Whew. Honestly, don't even bother with you guys. Jump down, trust me? No. Come on. Can I go up here? No. All right. We just need to be really precise with the shots to boost through. Okay. Grab these 2 hearts. All right. Don't even bother with trying to defeat the enemies. Just boost through. Okay. Oh. Okay. We managed to get that jump off. Lucky. I'm expecting there to be spikes at the top of this spring or something. Nice. Hi. Hello. Find a button. What does that mean? Like shoot a button? What does it mean? None of these tiles stand out to me as a button. There's a button on the character. Can I click it? No? And I don't have very many bullets left, so... Does that mean there's a button hidden somewhere else in the level? Okay. Is it this? Not the word high. Okay, well, I'm pretty much out of bullets. But... Is there a button over this way? Well, I don't know. Okay. Oh, it's this again. Oh my gosh. How do I take 5 damage that quickly, man? You gotta have invulnerability frames, dude. It's crazy. Taking 5 damage from touching the spikes 1 time. Come on. Yeah, breaking news. Local developer got a platformer working and immediately chooses to do crime. Ain't that the truth? Oh, you can almost make it across there with well-timed jumps. Or with well-timed bullets if you, like, reset your momentum. Okay. Hold on. Maybe there's some sauce to it. You have to check there, right? Because there might be the button that ends the level, unfortunately. I love a game that just makes your character a cube to bypass all the animations. Why didn't it give me the boost, man? Why didn't it give me the boost? Okay, I didn't reload fast enough. We only have 2? We only have 1? Okay, we can actually, I think... Nope. I was just trying to get the healing. I thought it was worth it. Might be worth it. Oh, maybe the smiley face is a trigger collider. Good thought, good thought. Rather than being, rather than something I need to shoot, I need to use the bullets to boost me into it. Okay, I only have 2. I think I can do this. As soon as you land, you need to go back up. Nope. It seems like it's possible. Doesn't it? Okay. Well, that one I missed. Okay, can't even blame the game on that one. Much as I would like to. Much as I would like to blame the game on that one. Okay. Make sure I reload. I need all 10 bullets here. Come on. Okay, that one I can blame on the game fully. The moon is the button. Now, how do I touch the moon? Okay. Come on. Why didn't it boost me, man? Come on. How do I take... Dude, taking multiple points of damage from touching the spikes once is a choice. Okay. Dude, where is my boost, man? I'm Flappy Birding across this damn pit. Okay. Alright. We're fine. Okay. Just do it again. I think gotta be close to it. Then why does it work by shooting it? What? That's so funny, man. Come on. Nice. And then just boost through. I only have 1 health. Okay. I can't risk it there. Sadly. Did I press it? It doesn't. Oh, do I need to press E to press it? I mean, I found the button. We can all confirm I rubbed my body on the button. I press E on the button. I've shot the button several times now. Okay. I swear if it's not unlocked, I'm going to crash. Oh. Well, who knows? Who could tell you? I'm fine, actually. All right. We're chilling. But I think you are right. I think you do have to be like... Oh my gosh. We made it across the pit. It's never been done before in the history of this game. No! I was still reloading, apparently. I was still reloading. How was I still reloading? I thought I had all my bullets. I thought I had all my bullets, man. Okay, well, he got 2 hits on me, but we're in a good spot here. We've mastered the pit. Me through? Okay. Rub my face on the... Alright. Press E. Shoot the button. Okay. Now don't die to this guy. He can shoot me from off screen. He can shoot me from off screen. Isn't that cool? Okay. But luckily I think we have a better grasp on that now. They'll never shoot me. I'll get out of here scot-free. Okay. Oh, when reloading, change his little face to an hourglass. That's a great suggestion. Alright. I know what we're doing. You can never... Oh, they thought? Okay. Alright. I'm fine. I'm fine, actually. One thing you'll know about me is I'm chilling, dog. What? Why didn't I not land? Aha, but check out my excellent platformer mechanics. Okay. Alright, we got 5 hearts to play with here. Ha ha ha! You thought you would hit me. Okay. Reload. And we zoom past. Oh! You can never catch me. I'm too fast. I'm like the lightning. Okay. I took a bunch of damage. Alright. Not this time. Okay. Let's go. There's another level? Why? Can't it just be over? Okay. Oh shit. We recover. Never say die. Not dead yet, not dead yet. Don't know why there needs to be an enemy on screen shooting me there, but you know, whatever. Don't mind if I do. Alright. Okay. Use 2 bullets. Oops. But we got the reload off. Why did it reload? What? Dude, didn't we get the reload off? I heard... I heard the reload sound effect, man. Okay. Whew. with only 8 shots. Yeah, I guess you could say I'm pretty much the best to ever do it. This game's got nothing on me. Probably go deathless from here on out. What's over here? Ooh, a bunch of resources. Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, walk back over here, clown. Come on. All right, next time. I got nothing but time for you. Oh, there's one. Get it. Come on. Get back over here. Well, you know what? Next time. Next time I'll get you. Don't even worry about it. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's just what I thought. Okay. Can you bump off with that? Why are there 5 enemies in there? I have a question. Oh, 6 bullets to cross that time. Oof, gaming. You can cancel the reload with another reload. I think the sound of the ammo pickup is the same as the sound of reloading, which is not a good design decision because as a player, when I picked up the ammo, I heard the reload sound and thought I was reloaded. And then when I was out of bullets, I was confused because I thought I had reloaded. So you want to be really careful with reusing sound effects because players will use sound cues to tell what's going on. And when you do something like that, you know, it feels like they didn't make a mistake. It's like the game bugged or something, right? So. Guess what? We're doing this again, bud. You're going down. I got all the time in the world. All right. Got to aim a little bit lower, I guess. You like the character, but you wish the world suited it a little bit more. Are the bullets like not accurate? Is that just another? Let's go. Let's go. Hey man, love your educational shorts as well as game dev vlogs. Really wish you success with Isadora. By the way, why don't you encourage people to add Isadora to their wish list? I mean, I do ask people to wishlist Isadora, but especially for like my game dev secret shorts, like the point of those was to teach people about game design, and I was a little bit afraid if, you know, if I at the end am like, by the way, go wishlist Isadora on Steam, it might make people see it as an ad rather than like a helpful educational tip. Where do I need to go, man? I really don't want to go into the pit of hell over here. Ah, no, this is the pit of hell. No. Oh, what am I supposed to do, man? What am I supposed to do? I don't even know where to go. See, that right there was not a reload. Or that was me picking up the ammo. So even though it sounded like I reloaded, I definitely did not. Yeah, the long form makes more sense to ask for wishes in. Yeah, in the long form, you know, I can yap a bit more, you know, so it's fine if I'm like, hey, only 5 bullets that time. Okay. Whew. Hey, Garbear, what's up? Good to see you. I saw you posting some updates in Discord. Some stuff you were working on. All right, come on, sucker. All right, almost. This time for real. Like, that's a real bull dude. Yeah, I don't know where to go. Dude, that's not where my mouse is, right? You can see my mouse. That's not where I'm aiming. Are the bullets am I crazy? The bullets are not shooting where the mouse is. It's like you know what this game does it aim above my mouse? It's going a little over, like consistently. That time it went under, man. You know what this game needed on top of everything else is inaccurate bullets. Whew. I have 40 bullets. We'll get it done eventually. Yeah. Oh. But at least his cycle is only like 20 seconds long, so you don't have to wait that long to get another attempt. All right, let's reload. Accuracy stat. Nice, okay. Can I go up here maybe? No. This game is a bully. Yeah. You know, I remembered he was there, but I thought he was over here. Oh, there's two of them. That's why I thought he was over there. Where am I supposed to go, man? Oh, there's one. They go back and forth. It's not even a dude. It's not even consistent. Dude, the off-screen enemy that drops in about 1/10 of a second is not even in a consistent spot. Oh man. Whew. All right. Yeah. So this isn't the death pit. So can I go in here? All right. So you kind of just have to blindly fall into this hole. Presumably. I don't even know if this is correct. Okay. Thanks for playing the prototype. At least it's over. At least I'm out of here. Yeah. Okay. So feedback. Don't be sad it's over. Be happy it happened. Hey, don't be happy it's over. Be sad it happened. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was a journey. Okay. So one thing, the game is hard. I can tell you want the game to be difficult, right? Your goal is to make a challenging game. However, difficulty, by the way, great little profile picture. I love your little like hooded pixel art guy there. And obviously, for making your first game, good job on getting everything working. But when you're making a difficult game, even the ending message insulted you, that's fine. That's fine. You expect that in a rage game. That's normal. You know, a rage game's like, oh, you actually spent all this time beating this. Like, honestly, one thing you should probably do if you want that ending message to hit a little harder is track how long the player played. And then at the end to be like, you died 713 times and wasted 3 hours of your life playing this game. Go touch grass, I guess. You know, like lean into it. If you want to leave a message at the end, that's like making fun of the player for playing, go all the way with it, you know, lean in. But if your goal is to make a challenging game, you want to make it so that the player feels like they made a mistake, right? You don't want the player to be able to blame the game. That's like one of my biggest tips for making a game that like actually feels satisfyingly challenging is you don't want the blind jumps. Like at the end there, I had enough health to get through it, but if I didn't have enough health and I can't see the spikes coming and I just have to guess, then that's not going to land, right? It's like there was no way for me to know that there would be spikes there. I could guess that there would be spikes there, but even then, even if I guess it right, it feels like, oh yeah, I got it, like I predicted you, but it doesn't feel that good, right? Yeah, MLK do catch up in chat says challenge does not equal being unfair. You can make a game that's unfair, but if you want the game to be challenging, it needs to be fair, at least to some degree. In a lot of ways, you can make the game unfair in the player's favor and still make it difficult, you know? the way you make fun, super unfair games is reduce the time to travel to particular gotchas and get lots of checkpoints. That's another good tip, is like, when you're making a game that's like really unfair, and there's like lots of little, like the death pit, right? Where you need to go before the death pit. It's like, that's okay if I don't have to play through the whole level again before I get to the death pit again, right? And so checkpoints can go a long way, but there's also a lot of other things you can do to make things feel not as bad. For one, the spikes, look how fast my health went down. That is not necessary. You could even give less health and do that. Secondly, I think like the enemies are already hard to dodge. Like these right here, there is really no threat on me there. So these guys go from, if I see them, there's no threat at all, to if I don't see them, how could I possibly dodge them, right? And then the bullet guys, these guys, they already shoot fast and are hard to dodge, right? Like this is difficult already just to keep up the dodging. You don't need to make them shoot from off screen. They could only do this while they're on screen and it would already get the point across, you know? It's like, don't make him start shooting like this until he's like there, right? That way I know he's going to shoot. Similarly, like, with the like bullet boosting, you don't need, like in a lot of places, it felt like I needed all 10 bullets to make it across a gap, right? And you don't necessarily need to do that. Similarly, you probably don't need ammo at all. You could probably make the gun shoots 10 bullets at a time, and just when you reload it, it goes back up to 10. Like there's like, I don't really see the reason behind having a limited ammo other than to potentially put the player in a situation where they literally can't progress because they ran out of ammo. So now they need to die and start over. Right. Yeah. And I think the idea of making a rage game that's very difficult is totally fine. And I think you did a lot of stuff really well. Like the parallaxing looks great. Although you did just, you did shrink down the tile set and put it in the background. So now like the background layer has like a different pixel sizing than the foreground layer. But especially for like a small prototype project, that's fine. And a lot of people won't even care. You know, that's like a few sticklers will be mad about that. But it's really not that big of a deal. And like the particle effects on the front layer, they look fine. All that seems good. But oh, Bubba says make the ammo restore when you touch the ground. Yeah, that's a pretty nice idea too. But yeah, you want to lean into stuff that's like actually difficult. Like there, when I was dodging the bullets from this guy, right? When I'm like trying to dodge like this, like trying to actually dodge this is pretty fun because they're so fast. And it's like if you jump too early or too late, you get kind of cooked. So like keeping this up is pretty interesting. But it's like, it seems like it's going to be really difficult to actually do it when I'm close to him. So you might want them like shooting from range, and there's like timing obstacles, like a door that like goes up and down, and there's a guy shooting at you. So you have to like dodge the bullets as he's shooting at you and then go through the door rather than needing to just like zoom past him, because there's not really that much interesting zooming past him, right? It's like when dodging the bullets is interesting, but I can't dodge the bullets while I'm running at him. So this is the strategy for getting past this guy. Oops, I got hit once, two. Okay, just keep jumping. Like that's the strategy. And then you get your bikini to go up a heart. It's like, that is much less interesting than actually needing to dodge the bullets while interacting with some platforming mechanics, right? Additionally, you could have guys like a bunch of guys surrounding you that are all shooting at you, and you have to dodge them while taking them out with your bullets because each one has a button behind them, you know? Also, yeah, the bullets are a little fast. It's worth potentially slowing down the bullets so that's even a little more possible. So that's a little more possible to actually dodge stuff, and a little more playable. Also, this is a common thing. There's a common thing that beginners do that it hurts me to say, but one thing you want to avoid is the infinite coyote time jumps that you have to do to platform through here. I've done it. Every beginner has done it, where it's like after you fall, you do the jump midway over spikes. It's so common. It's so common, but it's not intuitive and it doesn't feel that great. You can give infinite coyote time. That's fine. But I would hazard against building obstacles that require you to use the infinite coyote time to make the jumps. It usually does not feel that good for a player. I understand the urge to do it, but you can give infinite coyote time without building a mechanic that requires you to use it. What? Jump down? Oh, this is the area. Oh, this is just like a little rage gamey thing. I see. Okay. Yeah, but then with the bullets, using the bullets to like launch yourself, that's a fun concept, right? And that's been like a lot of people have explored that idea. So coming up with like interesting ways to use it is cool. And I think, oh, is it unbeatable now? Because these don't come back. Yeah, that's probably not necessary. You can probably make those come back. Yeah, that's actually a piece of feedback to give too. So this is like, this is a rage platformer, right? The idea is that this is an unfair rage platformer where the enemies shoot you and stuff falls from out of sight and you're getting trolled and you have to like, where you have to like hold in your anger so that you don't like get too angry and give up. And how can you stay patient when it's so unfair and you just have to keep retrying? Like that's the idea, right? They want to troll you as many times as possible. These things come from off screen and do a bunch of damage. And that's the idea of the game. These enemies, they shoot you and you just have to run past them and hope for the best. Call me Neo. Sure. I get that. But if this was a video or a clip or something, this would be where I cut to the next point that I want to make. But unfortunately, I have to actually run there. For a live stream, I actually have to get back to the point that I want to talk about. So let's do that. Which I think is the next level, so it shouldn't be too tough. Okay, level 2. So we've established, right, what we want is for this to be like a platformer, rage game, dodge stuff type, whatever, right? So you come up here, we come up here, right? We run across, makes sense. We get a bunch of these. We try to grab this one, but we can't jump high enough. And then the machine comes down. And while we're jumping, we're like, oh shit. We take a bunch of damage and we're basically dead. And we're like, oh, and there's no way back. We got trolled. Okay, that's like a troll section. We've now, as a player, identified that that's a troll section. Okay, so let's try the other direction. All right, over here, what do we got? And we have bullet guys. Okay, so we're trying to dodge the bullets. Okay, didn't make it through that time. But we know the top path is a troll. And so the bottom path must be the way we want to go. And in the previous level, you taught the player that the way you deal with these guys is by dodging bullets and running past them. So now I have been fully convinced that my way through here is to dodge these bullets, right? That's what you've taught me. So I need to come over here and dodge these bullets. And I don't know if this is the right way to go. But okay. Well, it didn't quite make it that time, but you know, it was close at least. It was close. Maybe if I dodge a little bit better. If I dodge a little bit better, maybe I can get through. So I come this way. Let's start with a jump here. Okay. Okay, oh, nope. Too many bullets. All right. So we're still trying. Still trying. Oh, we're almost through. Okay, we made it through. Oh, there's another guy. Oh, I have to dodge even more bullets. Can I even do it? And the player is getting locked into this concept of how many bullets can I get? Now, the actual solution here isn't to do that. The actual solution is to jump across these platforms one at a time like this, to leave yourself a trail back so that you can get the hearts to give yourself enough room to get through the bullets, right? And now that I've done that, I can make it. Now, in a vacuum, if you presented this puzzle design to me, I would say, that seems like a fun puzzle, right? In a vacuum, I'm like, dang, that's cool. It was like fun to solve. And it gets me through the level and I make it to the next level, right? So in a vacuum, that's cool. In this game specifically, you can't expect the player to realize they need to figure this out. This is the second level. You just, in the first level, taught them that this is a rage platformer that tricks you and you beat enemies by running through them and dodging the bullets. And then the second level is a puzzle that you have to solve by giving yourself like a nice path to get back with enough health to actually make it through the enemies. And then there are no more puzzles. I mean, finding a button and pressing it I wouldn't call it a puzzle, really, but this is the only puzzle in the game. Now, I think that this was the most interesting part of the game. This to me was the part I had the most fun with. When I figured out this solution, I was like, "Yo, this is cool, right?" Um, and I think the fact that this little puzzle solution was my favorite part of the game should tell you something, right? Either the rest of the game should be reworked around this idea of like you're this weak little baby robot guy and you can collect a bunch of hearts to brute force your way through obstacles that you can also like dodge your way through. So how can you successfully do that? Or more like puzzly designs where there are enemies that will kill you if you go through that way, so you have to figure out a way to like be able to block it, right? This kind of design is cool, but it doesn't fit. This design does not fit with the rest of the game. This is a random puzzle level in the middle of a rage game platformer. So remove. Oh, so a suggestion in chat from Bubba is to remove the gun damaging enemies and just make it movement tech, and that is a great suggestion. Rather than making it so you can shoot enemies to blow them up, you need to use your bullets to like move around specifically. And you might even want to incorporate the bullets into more puzzly designs where it's like you need to shoot certain like control boxes to like blow up doorways and give access to paths and put down force fields. You could even make it so that you can kill enemies, but it's not so much a shoot them to kill them. You need to like lure them into a hallway that has like a chandelier or something, and then you shoot it to like fall on their head, very Hitman style, right? You could make it, you could do a lot of stuff like that that doesn't involve shooting enemies because that's not where this game like has the juice. This game is very, very satisfying to solve this puzzle, and it's satisfying to use the bullets to fly around the level and do like sick jumps. And I was actually the thing I enjoyed second most was when I was jumping across those falling platforms and using the bullets to like get the extra boost to cross them. And each time I did it, I had to use less bullets, right? So it's like if you have 10, when I had 10 bullets, I barely didn't make it. Then the next time I made it using 10 bullets, and then I made it using 8 bullets. Then I made it with 6, and then I made it with 5. And making it across with 5 bullets felt really good, right? It's like, and you could lean into that design where it's like you have a limited amount of bullets. You have 10 bullets in your gun, or you could keep the ammo thing. It's like you have 7 bullets total for this level. And you need to use those bullets to make certain jumps in a certain order and hit certain buttons. But if you do the obvious solution, you go like this in like a specific order, then you no longer have enough bullets to actually finish the level. So you need to come up with some clever solution to be able to, conserve some bullets or something. That's sort of what I would lean into, I think, is the more puzzly design and using the bullets to like jump across and leaning into how can you optimize your shots and stuff. I think that's the sort of stuff I would lean into to really like make this game shine. But I think for a first project, you did a lot of stuff really, really well. I think like the game is like, for one, the game's totally functional. Everything works. The parallax looks good. A lot of the visual effects look good. I like your little character model. I think what you should spend time on, maybe do a second round on this prototype, thinking about the game design. What kind of game do you want to make? How can you make it challenging in the way you want to? And what's going to be the most fun experience for your players? That's what I would do. But yeah, nice game, nice game. Now it's time for another game, but first I'm going to eat a little bit more of this food. Broccoli and mushrooms. That is a really great insight, Jumpy. Jumpy Neb, Jumpy Neb says, Jumpy Neb says that he thinks with new game devs, the first game is a mix of all the game types they want to make, and I think that's true. New game devs don't know how to scope down, right? So they end up with just like all the ideas they have, sort of make it in, and you end up with a lot of ideas rather than focusing on just the core elements that make it fun. Broccoli and mushrooms with sauce, right? I mean, they were sauteed and seasoned properly, so not like a dedicated sauce. There's no like cream sauce or anything, but it's quite delicious. A little bit of I loved watching you try to speak while eating. Yeah, not great at it. Another piece of Insandio lore to drop is Insandio went to culinary school. So she has a degree in culinary arts and nutrition, and is a professional chef in the terms that she worked in a kitchen. So when it comes to the food I eat at home, it's really good. It makes going to a restaurant feel not worth it, except for when she doesn't want to cook. Lucky, right? Okay, took a hospitality class that he didn't pass because it never ended up finishing the barista course. Oh, dude, speaking of barista, I feel like I make a pretty mean latte. I'm pretty good with my with my espresso machine, which is why I drink a latte every morning. I heard Americans usually have a coffee maker instead of a kettle. Is that true? I mean, yeah, we have a kettle, but it's because Insandio wanted one. I never use it. And if it wasn't for Insandio, I wouldn't have a kettle. But I would have my espresso machine because I love making espresso. But I didn't actually drink coffee at all before I moved to Seattle. When I moved to Seattle, I still didn't drink coffee for a long time. But then Missing Digit, the editor for the channel, like he does the Game Dev Secret edits. He is a huge coffee freak. So he came and visited me in Seattle, and he wanted to go to all these coffee places. He was like, "Oh, it's really good. You should try it." So I tried it, and then I got addicted to it. And now I drink coffee every morning. One of the editors for the channel. Yeah. Missing Digit does the Game Dev Secrets, and he's done devlogs in the past. Now Insandio is doing most of the long form editing. So it's like all the videos we have in the works right now. The long form videos are all Insandio. She did the previous devlog, the like how to make devlogs video, and then she's currently editing the current devlog and a couple other content pieces we have coming up. So Scary Noise Music asks, when you first started working on your game, Isadora's Edge, did you focus on making the gameplay fun first, or did you begin with some kind of story outline? Yeah, I started with the gameplay for sure. My goal was to just make it so it was, I have like an empty room with some obstacles and walls and stuff. And so I just like ran around and tried to make it feel fun to just run and jump and climb and do stuff. And it worked. It was fun to just move around. Oh, Luna, gotta eat now? Enjoy. Have a nice meal. Let me know what you ate. I love food. Bubba, not a big fan of coffee. Gave up caffeine when you were 18. That shit was destroying you. Yeah. At this point, it's like I need my coffee in the morning to function properly. I think so. Reminds me of that trend I've seen for artists. Make it exist first, you can make it better later. Yeah, I think like that's incredible advice. I think especially for game development, it's like all about iteration. Make something and then just keep iterating on it and making it better and better and better. I mean, some people are like cracked and can just like make stuff good off the jump, like RKI, and I think YouTube, all right. But even then, it's helpful to iterate and iterate and iterate. So, Monarch, did you see the Persona-esque UI you showed in the Discord? You kind of want to make a game that's all UI? Yeah, your Persona UI thing that you made was sick. I'm about to ping you when it's time to work on UI for Isadora's Edge. Hey, Monarch, I need help. Monarch, I want my UI to be good, please. Help me. Croaky, we have a big tea culture in the middle of an office workday. People can just eat some cake and tea. That's nice. Yeah, I've never, well, not never. I used to like green tea with lemon in it. I drank green tea with lemon in it for a while. But Yeah, that Persona UI was incredible. Really, really sick. Dude unironically might hit you up for advice. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Monarch's about to get pinged for so much UI questions. um, Scary noise music. Thanks for the answer. You inspired me to finally create a proper game after spending so many hours on stupid games. Good night and enjoy. Hey, yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad I was able to inspire you. And good luck. Proper games are fun. Go by Tyler Gleyer's advice of not to just make it exist, make it better later, but to limit yourself to a week, go through the full development cycle in that time, and no more. I mean, if whatever is the most helpful advice for you, yeah. Clack finally got finished watching a 3-minute video with your brother while you went through an entire game while we were doing that. that's a long 3 minutes. Okay. If people want coffee here, they use a kettle or come bother me at my drive-through job. Oh, do you work at a coffee place? That's cool. That's one thing Insandio always said to me. As I got better at making like espresso and lattes and stuff, she was like, "It's nice that you have a skill, so that like if your game development stuff doesn't work out, you could be a barista." And I was like, "Yeah, that's the direction I'm hoping to move towards." that's my goal. You work at Macca's? Ah, nice. McDonald's, Mickey D's. Nice. Been drinking Arizona iced tea for caffeine, and grandma was shocked at how much sugar she needed to add for me to have the capability to drink Arizona iced tea. Yeah, I drank Arizona iced tea for a little bit in college, but it was never my favorite. But for like 1 year, I think it was like sophomore year, my roommate was obsessed with Arizona iced tea, so he would always want to walk to the gas station and buy one. And so I would go with him, and sometimes I would also get one, but it was fun. A nice break from homework and stuff. So we wouldn't have our name if it wasn't for Arizona iced tea, right? Because your 591 milliliters is based on the size of an Arizona iced tea can, right? Yeah, that's cool. That's a fun lore for the name of your studio. That's cool. I might need to like actually spin up like an LLC or whatever for my studio here at some point. So I'll need to decide if I just want to call it Inbound Shovel Games. That's sort of what I'm leaning towards, but maybe I could call it something cool like Zebra Feet, Zebra Feet Studios. How's that sound? Okay says, my younger brother uses 2 tea bags and spoonfuls of sugar whenever he drinks tea. Then he uses the spoon to drink it like it's a soup. Sure. Seems a little excessive, but you know, whatever people like. Dude, growing up, so I hate ketchup. I do not like ketchup at all. And the reason is because growing up, my sister would just eat a bowl of ketchup like it was soup, dude. She would put a bunch of ketchup in a bowl, get a spoon, and eat it. And that grossed me out so much. Oh, man. Vari, don't call it zebra feet. Ketchup is jam. I cannot be proven wrong. I mean, by technical definition, probably, yeah. What kind of monstrous, disgusting act is that? It's unholy. You don't like ketchup? I don't mind ketchup on like McDonald's burger. Like if I'm getting like a double cheeseburger from McDonald's and they put ketchup on it, that's fine. But I don't go out of my way to put ketchup on anything. I don't dip fries in ketchup. Ketchup is not bad on scrambled eggs, but that's because eggs taste great with tomato. I would rather just have the tomato rather than ketchup. But if I have no tomatoes available and there's like a packet of ketchup or something, I wouldn't mind putting that on eggs. But yeah, outside of those, Tabasco is the best sauce. What kind of sauce is Tabasco? I probably can't eat it. Yeah, it's made from Tabasco peppers. Yeah, I can't eat peppers. So, when do you start an LSE? Do you do it before or after you have a game out? It's probably better to do it before, but I'm no business expert. Yeah, I saw someone. Was it Sakurai? Famous game developer. I think it might have been Sakurai. Said like there are 2 types of developers. There's like the business developer and there's the artist developer. And the business developer is like, what's going to have the best performance and what's going to do the numbers and how can we market? And then there's like the artist developer who's like, how can I make something I love and how can I express myself? And I definitely lean more towards the artist side of like, I want to express myself and I want to make something that's fun for my players and I care a little bit less about the business side of stuff. not to say that I think the business side is unimportant or that people shouldn't care about it. I think business developers are just as valid as artistic developers, and obviously, I think a lot of people are both. Right? They exist on both sides of the spectrum. But what's an LLC? It's a limited liability corporation, so it's like a business entity that you use to like represent your studio. And that business, an LLC, I think is like the easiest one to make. It's like the smallest type of business. It's not like, a full like S corp or whatever. It's not like a conglomerate, So, 591 MLC studio, 591 milliliter studios in LLC. So you already got it all set up, right? Isadora's Edge by Zebra Feet Studios. Yeah, okay. I'm definitely not going to be Zebra Feet. That's 100%. I'm probably just going to be Inbound Shovel Games, but shout out to my partner Bits for doing the business. Yeah. It's always nice to have a business developer on your team. Like, I feel like a really strong team is one business developer and one artistic developer. And you started making games because you want to share your fantasy lore. Yeah, exactly. Some people are like, I love the concept of games. I love designing games. I love thinking about how games work. And I love looking at the market and seeing like what kind of games are popular right now and figuring out what genre might be a big hit and then figuring out how to iterate on that genre and like what's something that players will resonate with that will also perform well. And what's the fantasy that's going to really appeal to the market of people who want to play that game. That's like a totally valid type of developer. And that kind of developer can make games that people really like, right? Like there's nothing wrong with doing that, but it's just not the way I think about it. So, yeah. Isadora on Zebro Studio. Hey, Tofu, what's up? Hey, gang. I'm a little late, but I'm dropping by before going to sleep. Hey, Tofu, thanks for stopping in. Good to see you. What did Monarch say to you the other day? Chop it up, Tofu boy. That gave me a good laugh. The fucking legend has arrived. True. I really want a team of people I handpicked, but I'm also broke. Yeah, I see what you mean. You want to pay Rocky and Lusk? Dude, Lusk is so good. Man, Lusk is so talented. Holy. Chop chop Tofu boy is the best thing someone's ever said to me. Right? Lusk is so good, man. Lusk is skilled. Everyone devlogs differently, or everyone develops differently. They also do devlog differently, right? You've been laying out your game as an animation, actually. Yeah, that's sick. Dude, your jam game that was basically like sort of like a visual novel, a little bit interactive. I'm excited to see like where you can go with that sort of style. Berserk X Maiden Abyss is his vibe, right? Yeah. Dude, I feel like a full game based on like with like Lusk's art style being like starting point. It's like thinking about what kind of game would best suit how Lusk makes his art. Like to me, that would be a fun challenge, like starting from what does Lusk want to express. Tofu, we talking about game dev. I could go on all day, man. Yeah. I love talking about game dev. Guess I'll check the VOD. Oh, which game did you submit? Geoff TFT, I think probably I want to say that, but at the moment my team is just myself. Want to have my own enterprise name. Any can win, like most AAA game developers, but fun, of course. Sorry guys, I've taken Lusk on for myself. I mean, understandable. I mean, when you have a fantastic artist, it's great to keep him on the team, I feel like Lusk is so good. I think that's even what I told you directly, Monarch, when I said like if I were you, having Lusk as my teammate would be my number one priority. Monarch got Lusk. I've claimed RKI. I mean, that's an equally valuable pickup there, Tofu. Oh, RKI is cracked. RKI has just such a good sense of what makes a game fun to play, and I think that's also valuable. It's in the same way Lusk is like a genius artist. I feel like RKI is like a genius at design. Lusk is an artist in the community who makes these incredibly sick, like black and white illustrations. He's so good. He's posted a bunch of art in the Discord, like in the fan art and the art general, I think, and share your work and stuff. So, yeah, really, really skilled. Very, very good at what they do. Yeah, darkest dungeon, but with creepy anime girls, kind of. Yeah. And I feel like Lusk could really work. Honestly, Monarch, I feel like you and Lusk are a great team. Are all these people you're naming people in your Discord? Yeah, for the most part. people who participated in the first jam and members of the community. Yeah. I feel like Lusk, his art would work really well for a card game, similar to what he did for the jam. Rise of the Demon Lord. I feel like that kind of thing with your UI. Like you said, you want to make a game that's all UI. You should build the UI scaffolding to showcase his incredible like character art for like cards and stuff. I mean, I feel like that's a match made in heaven right there. RKI's games are fun, but wait till you see his code. Oh, I've seen his code. Where do you think the magic number short came from? RKI said, "Oh man, I'm catching strays in the VOD. I'm not even in chat right now, man." Tofu. We need to all share our shittiest code and see who's the worst. Okay, yeah, shovel the magic number thing. Yep. Yeah. I mean, for jam projects and stuff, I think magic numbers are totally understandable. Vari just found another dev to work with who loves doing AI, which is great because I hate it. UI, not AI. That's a huge difference. I was like, dang. Oh my God, he's not an AI dev. It's fine. It's fine. It's so funny that AI has been co-opted by like generative stuff to be like negative, because in the past it's like on Halo Infinite, there was this one developer I worked with, and she was so brilliant at AI. Like, and by that, I mean enemy AI, like making enemy that would like felt so realistic, so smart. Working with her on like some of the boss stuff near the end of the game was so fun because she was so good at like making these really convincing enemy AI. So at the time it would have been like, yeah, I was working with a developer who's so good at AI, but you say that now and it's you get eyebrows instead. So, yeah. Super secret project that'll be revealed soon. Ooh, Bubba dropping hints. Can't wait to see what he comes up with. Luna, we're back and I did miss a game. Yeah, we just been chatting about game development. Yeah. That's why I've been specifying generative AI when I talk about those matters. Yeah. And I mean, everyone has their own perspective on it. I saw one YouTuber that I think he's like pretty popular, but I can never remember his name because I don't really watch his stuff much. I remember he said something about how like he doesn't like generative AI for art and animation and music and assets and stuff, but he doesn't mind it as much for coding. And then people in the comments like got on his ass. They were like, "Oh, because you're an artist, you don't like it for art, but you're not a programmer, so you don't mind it for programming." And I can understand why people would find that hypocritical or whatever, but that's also sort of how I feel about it. It's like I really hate generated art assets and generated music and stuff, but when it comes to code, it's like it doesn't really feel any particular way to me. But I guess that's probably just because, I started as a software engineer. So for me, looking around, like going to like GitHub repos and copying and pasting blocks of code and stuff just felt very normal. So it doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me. But that is a great point. That is a great point, Bubba. AI generated code is usually not that good. AI generated code, whenever I see some, I'm like, that is not doing what I expect it to. It'll probably get better as time goes, but yeah. It's like, I feel like AI generated code is like written at a junior developer's level. And if you're a senior developer that's good at organizing a bunch of junior devs, why is that what you want to do when you rather just write it yourself? But I don't like AI for coding simply because it's terrible at its job. Now that's a take I can understand. Disliking AI generated code because it's not good code, that makes sense to me. My opinion is that you can totally use AI to help code, but I think you'd eventually have to understand everything instead of hoping something works. Yeah, if you can, like, if you don't know how to program and you're using an AI to generate code, that's just like a recipe for disaster. And in my opinion, like, because you can't tell what's going on, right? You're just like hoping for the best. So, up to the individual dev, of course, but you'll continue to avoid it. Yeah, I think especially if you're new or if you're learning, using AI to generate code is never going to go that well. So, a suggestion, a short on ECS versus object-oriented programming, what each tool is, would be better if you have the expertise for it. Yeah, I mean, I could talk about it a little bit. It's tough to condense. I thought about it a little bit, and it was tough to condense all the information that I would want to get across into a digestible short. I don't want to make shorts that are confusing, right? Whenever I write a script and it feels like the idea isn't being expressed in a way that's easy for people to understand, I usually shelve it. So, I can see AI being useful for trying to weed out a really annoying bug, but you don't use it out of principle. Yeah, I mean, I think having a principled stance against AI is a very reasonable thing to have. uh, I think that that makes enough sense. I tried to use it to help me with m- like figuring out a bug before. Like in the past, I was like, "Hey, I'm running into this problem. Can you help me with like ideas on what might be going on?" And it gave me a bunch of useless garbage that wasn't helpful. And I was like, "Okay, this is this isn't a tool for me. This is not helping me at all." So I use AI for some shaders because it's just one big file. Don't know how to code them from scratch. Yeah, I could see that being like a pretty decent application because shaders are hard to write. But even then, so um, you can just ask the members of this video sponsor the Inbound Shuffle Discord. True, true. Um, yeah, if you need help with stuff, Inbound Shuffle Discord can help for sure. I almost, honestly, I almost messaged like Monarch and Mariano. That was my thought, to ping those two and be like, "Hey, do you guys have any ideas about this bug?" Um, but I didn't want to bother anyone. So, and then the funny part was I asked ChatGPT about the bug. It gave me some useless information. I was like, that was dog shit, and I closed it. And then I went back to the program and I looked around and then I figured it out like 5 minutes later. So, uh, I used AI for shaders, got frustrated, and just learned GLSL instead, and got way better results quickly. Yeah, I think that's a pretty valuable skill to have, is being able to write shader code. It's like it took me a while to get a grasp on it, just because it wasn't used to, writing code that runs on a GPU in parallel isn't much different than writing code that runs on a CPU. So it's like a different mindset. But once you get it down, so Bubba, feel free to bother me. I'm pretty good at fixing bugs. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah. Tofu used me instead of ChatGPT. I don't know shit, but at least I'll at least be helpful. Fear was the first game that implemented a goal-oriented action programming based enemy AI. Is that what it? No, goal-oriented action planning. Right, goal-oriented action planning based enemy AI. Take a look into it. Maybe it's modern inspiration named Trepang 2. Interesting. Literally, the main shader for a scribe, Imya, is how I came to AI with a shader that divided the eco on, I don't know what that is, into two colors. I was able to add the necessary functionality in there a few steps. Yeah, yeah. Luna said I'm doing my part to Tofu. Tofu said use me instead of ChatGPT. I don't show, but at least I'll feel like I was helpful. Yeah. For me, programming is a fair part of the dev, so it's like outsourcing my enjoyment of game dev. Yeah, yeah. You can definitely feel like giving up like the fun part. I can't imagine a world where I would feel happy working on a game where the art or anything was generated by an AI. It's like, what's the point of that? It's like it feels like it totally kills the artistic intent. And it's like interesting too, because I work with pixel artists on the game, right? So I don't make the art. In theory, you could make the argument that it's similar to asking AI to generate it as asking an artist to make it. But to me, it feels like completely different. Like that argument doesn't really hold water to me, because it's like working with Fur on like the art and animations and stuff. It's like we get to collaborate and I share my ideas. He has his own ideas, and you get to see like Fur's expressiveness come out in the animations. But for AI generated stuff, it feels soulless in a way that I can't really explain. So you lose the human aspect of it, and especially in art, that's huge. Yeah, I think that's probably where it comes from, right? It's like it's crazy to me how apparent it is. It's like if I with actual coworkers and artists, there's so much intent behind it. Yeah, exactly. Take bad art over AI art any day. Yeah, I totally agree. And also true, Crarky, AI can't do pixel art. That is the truest thing you've ever said. So yeah. It's so horrendously bad. And it's like, it's crazy too how obvious it is. Dude, that actually reminds me. Oh no, I shouldn't. Maybe. I was like, maybe I shouldn't put this company on blast because I came across their AI pixel art and was like, wow, that's horrible. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to put the company on blast. Especially because I don't remember their name. But I was looking at some indie games the other day. And I found this like basically their capsule where they were advertising the game, and it was so obvious that it was AI pixel art, and it looked horrible. And I was like, wow, I would recommend not going with that for your advertising, man. Yeah. AI pixel art you've seen uses awful mixels. Yeah, and like not even like standard mixels. It's like in sections it just turns into like two-dimensional, like 2D. It's like not even pixel art at all. It just like blurs, because it doesn't understand what it means to be consistently like pixel sizing. Tried using ChatGPT for shader code. It gave you an explosion shader when you asked it for powder disintegration, and I think that's where I started stealing Godot shader stuff instead. Yeah, I don't really know why I would use ChatGPT for shaders when I can just go to godotshaders.com. If you don't use godotshaders.com, that is an incredible resource. And I think there's a team working on like a Godot shader Bible as well, so I'll definitely check that out once it's ready. But once you understand what you're doing, the AI is like more of a hindrance than a help, really. So all those models will probably go down soon anyway. The bubble's starting to burst because of how unprofitable it is. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't like keep up to date on like the market conditions of AI because why would I do that? Like, dude, I see so many videos recommended to me that's like Nvidia's AI bubble is gonna burst, and I'm like, why do you still recommend this shit to me, YouTube? I'm never gonna click that. I don't care. So, man, it's so, dude, it's actually so funny to me that they really think I want to care, that I care about it at all. It's like if the bubble bursts, okay, cool, whatever. Oh man, just think of it like the NFT thing, more hype than results. Yeah, I mean, NFTs to me were even stupider because like at least with AI it does something. It's not good at it, but it's like doing something. But NFTs, it feels like they don't even do anything. It's just a like a scam, you know. But I genuinely tried to learn shaders with the book of shaders, but the difficulty curve actually destroyed you. You can't find a single good resource on learning them. Yeah, shaders have a pretty massive difficulty curve. I worked with an artist at one of my at one of the studios I worked at, and he walked me through a bunch of the shader stuff he was doing. And then when I worked on, it was in Unity. It was like a the 3D low poly like forest simulator game that I worked on. There was like this big shader for shading the environment that had to take in a bunch of data about like the seeds in the ground and the health condition of the trees and stuff. Um, and that was an incredibly complicated shader and really hard to use. And so, and then they assigned me to make it work, and it needed to work in multiplayer, right? So like the world looked exactly the same for everyone playing it. And we needed all that data for all the seeds in the ground and stuff to be identical in every copy of the world as well. So not only did I have to like get much better at networking to make all that work, I also had to add a bunch of code to that shader for handling how all the environmental stuff worked. So I learned by fire, trial by fire, where I had to dive into the deep end and make it work. And so just doing that helped me learn a lot about shaders, which is why I think, the general advice of doing a bunch of projects of like, just get your feet in, get your feet wet, and just, do a bunch of game jams, do a bunch of projects, and then you'll learn is actually incredible advice. Because the more experience you have with it, the better you get at it. And like the more you do, the better you are, especially if you're doing it with the intent to learn and get better at it. So Monarch, when I'm president, I'll invent a procedural language that'll compile to GLSL. Not something a president would do, but would you rather want a monarchy? Game jams, game jams, game jams. Two very different types of message in chat. Nice. Been wanting to get into learning shaders. I'm concerned now. It's really not that bad, Cat. Take a book out of RKI's, a page out of RKI's book. My guy's done like 20 jams in 3 years. Yeah, I mean, and I think that's probably why RKI is so good at design, right? It's like when you just keep making games over and over and over and over again, you start to get good at it, right? Sounded like a devil and an angel on your shoulders, right? One voice in my ear is talking about, I want a procedural language and it'll compile to GLSL. And the other voice is like, weehaw, let's eat bananas. But yeah, game jams are a fantastic way of learning. That's for sure. I think doing game jams is really like, it's like super stereotypical advice, but I think it holds true. And I think sometimes you do have to be careful with advice that everyone gives because, if everyone's doing the same thing, how do you know that it's necessarily the right way? It's like if everyone just defaults to the same like piece of advice, then maybe no one's testing the other side of it. So you can sometimes be a little bit like, look at like extremely standard advice with a critical eye, but that's one piece that I think is incredibly true. I think doing game jams, that works. Luna, you need to do more. You've done 2 now. Nice. I mean, you're working on Lumina, right? So is it on Steam yet, by the way? I know you were working on the demo. It isn't, sadly. Dude, you gotta get Lumina on Steam so that I can promote it on stream and get you some wish list memes. I can't get anybody to go wish list your game if it's not on Steam for the wish lists. Love Visual Studio Code randomly deciding to install the annoying shit AI that tries to predict text. Yeah, dude. The AI predictive text is so funny. It's actually so funny. done way too many jams help me, and I've learned something from all of them, but you mostly need to learn polish and game feel, I think. It's so funny to come to that coming from you, Monarch, consider I feel like polish is one of the things you're the best at. But once I post the demo where I can share it with you and everyone else here, nice, nice. You did just have some friends playtest an early version of the demo. That's sick. That's sick. If only they had the $100 USD. Yeah, if only they got $100 from some kind of game jam that potentially they might have won, one of the prizes in or something. So, Bubba, teach me the ways of living deadline free, dude. When I don't assign myself arbitrary deadlines, I'm so much less efficient. It's like, so it's definitely something I learned about myself is I need to say like, this needs to be done by Friday. And then if I tell that to myself, I'll get it done. And if I don't tell that to myself, I'm like, well, it could take till Saturday or Sunday at least, so. Wake up every single day, set a deadline for yourself that day, hit the deadline, celebrate, pass out, repeat. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. It's like the stuff I've been working on for Isadora's Edge recently. I just gave myself some deadlines. I was like, this needs to be like the most recent feature I added. I was like, this needs to be done on Thursday. That's the end of the conversation. And so on Thursday, like I'd been working on it like Monday through Thursday. And on Thursday, I'm like, I just got to grind it out, got to take shortcuts. I just got to get it working. As long as it's working, then I met my deadline, so. I've learned that I've learned that I have a good work ethic because all I do is want to work on my projects. Nice. Luna, yesterday I'm making this playable today, so I get some feedback to work with it. Exactly, yeah. Wait, does it cost an extra 100 USD to have a demo for your game? No, I don't think so. I think it's just a part of having it listed. You just need the $100 to get it listed on Steam. Unless I'm wrong about that, in which case I retract it all. But I don't think so. I'm digging my nails into my chair, holding back from mentioning NeoVim fixes this. Is where I fold. NeoVim. Let's see, is that like a new version of the Vim editor? Nice. Wait, you like Vim instead of Emacs? Is that the uncoded programming debate, or is it still happening? I remember, dude. I remember when I was first starting at Amazon and people were like, Vim versus Emacs. We really care about this. And I was like, cool. Can't believe Shovel didn't know NeoVim. That ain't me, dog. Tofu, my life goal is one day make a game that gets me those 100 backs by Steam. Nice. Hell yeah. All the unks use Emacs. Yeah, I think that was like basically the idea when I started at Amazon too, was like all the older developers were using Emacs and the newer developers were using Vim. And I was like, well, I'm like a cool young guy. I'm going to use Vim too. Unlike those other developers that just like know what they're doing and are much smarter than I am. I'm a true programmer. I use VS Code. Bro, everything is in Notepad, baby. Notepad++. We go crazy. Linux users really do live in a bubble. Yeah. I mean, that was the other thing is like working at Amazon, having to use my Linux machine. The only good thing about AI are those videos of cats that are also bred, getting kneaded and rolled with a roller. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll trust you on it. Notepad for life. That's what I'm saying. I've done way too much in Notepad. I actually, dude, I had to switch to using Google Docs for writing like scripts and notes and stuff for myself because I was like losing too much stuff to not saving properly in Notepad or going through a bunch of text files rather than going through my like organized Google Drive. So Jumping Ab, please look at what I posted in Discord. I found my worst script ever. Let me see. What's your worst script ever? What page? Where is it? Is it in general chat? Oh. Bro, what is... Dude, I can't even read this. What are you doing, my mans? Let me share my screen. What is this? I can't even read this, man. This is nothing, man. This is a bar graph turned on its side. Or this is like a metropolitan skyline or something for like a very bright orange and green city. This is not code. What do I do with this? Var, do you like my cat shovel? Of course. Those were the ones in Gotta Take a Poo, right? Okay, in my notes app, I have a bunch of random stuff in there: snippets of stories, to-do lists, scripts, video ideas, dream journals. It's wild. Yeah, dude, I post, or not post. I create Google Docs and scribble stuff all the time now. I switched from doing it in Notepad to doing it in Google Docs, so now I have so many Google Docs with like all kinds of stuff in it. But it's nice that when you search in Google Docs, I can just search something I want, like some words like that I remembered typing, and it'll show me the document. So that's nice, at least. In general, there's some cat pictures. Aw, look at those kitties. Where'd you post your kitties, Bubba? Oh, nice. Dude's got a honker on him. Shout out to cats. Dude, Snowshoe trolled the hell out of me yesterday. She was doing some ridiculous meow that I've never heard of before. She would like start with a regular meow like that, and then she just like started babbling. She's like, blah, blah, blah. And so she did that 3 times. So I quickly grabbed my phone to start recording it because I was like, what the hell is that meow? I started recording, and of course, as soon as I started recording, she stopped doing it. I clicked record. She's like, meow, meow. And I'm like, knock it the hell off. I know you got some weird sauce in you right now. But hey, what's up, Oatbeat? Welcome in. How you doing? Have I seen Obsidian Shovel? Is Obsidian your cat, Luna? Is it a black cat? Aw, dude, Vari, what's the name of your black cat with like the white chest fluff? Obsidian is a notes app. Oh, not a cat. I see. Obsidian is a peak note taking app. Oh, interesting. Let me go Google it. What is Obsidian? Obsidian.md. Interesting. I see on the front page here. On the front page here, it's immediately giving me some tips about Japan trip planning. So they got me. They got me. I'm instantly engaged. Dude, take me back. I want to go back to. I want to go back to Tokyo so bad, man. Oh, I love Tokyo. Interesting. Obsidian would be a cool name for a cat, though. Yeah, that's my first thought. Can I give some of my cat allergies for a day? Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Okay. It's so funny. Insandio also allergic to cats. She just puts up with it, and she's the one who wanted the cats too. We went to a bunch of shelters and stuff looking at cats, and every time she left, like with hives and sneezing, and I was like, "You're allergic. We probably shouldn't get cats." And she's like, "But they're cute, and I want them." so we got cats. Lizzie knows exactly what she wants. She uses your hand to pet herself, and if you do it wrong, she bites you. Nice. It relies on a lot of community plugins. I see. Oh, nice. It seems like a pretty good. It seems like it might be a good note-taking app. It seems like it might be better than than using Google Docs. So, yeah, it's worth fighting through the pain. She persists for the fluff. True. All right. I think we can start another game now. Because next up is a game by that artist we were talking about earlier, as well as friends. Strife of Vengeance. Wix is good for notes, images. It's a digital mood board. Oh, I should check that out. I was using, oh, what's it called? I always forget the name. Oh yeah, I was using Figma. I was using Figma for like some digital notes and stuff. So, all right, this is by Lusk and Monarch, and Olivia and Ren and Nico Hart and Ren Liadon, 2 different Rens, I think. But yeah, so the art by Lusk and Monarch, those are the talented artists we were talking about. Death is an opportunity. It is not the opposite of life, but rather a part of it. Death simply is. Death is inevitable. What if death was simply a beginning and not an ending? How far would you go to save someone you loved and lost? Entering the halls of limbo, you take on the role of an angel of death, working beneath death herself, queen of the underworld. As the story progresses, you'll find yourself facing familiar foes in the representation of the 5 stages of grief. Strife of Vengeance is a dice battler visual novel created in collaboration with Monarch, Olivia, Ren, Nico Hart, Kawa Soundforge, and Lusk as part of the first Jacksepticeye Game Jam. Oh, Kawa Soundforge is a developer. I thought that was the name of like a website or something. Yep. This is the game from before, but okay, cool. This is the same game as before with a prettier kind of paint. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I fully understand that, and this is an excuse to get to play a game with Lusk's art in it. So I feel like you had a good game design with, what was it? Evening Render. So Evening Render, but with Lusk's art, I'll take it, man. I'll take it. Monarch caught releasing an asset flip. The controversies with Monarch's games just don't stop. Content warning. Strife of Vengeance delves into the topics of death being an opportunity. You are an angel of death working beneath death herself. I really like the word death. Topics in this game include the following. The 5 stages of grief. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. Pet death is also mentioned but not shown. Oh, pet death. I see. If any of these themes or topics are upsetting you, please do not hesitate to put the game down. Your mental health matters. You matter. Okie dokie. Strife of Vengeance. Main menu. Woo! Death. I'm Death, and I live in the Deathland. Okay. We have a death counter here. Yeah, I need a death counter on screen. Like, bloop, bloop, bloop. Let's see. Into your name. Okay. Cat or dog? It says the pet death is discussed, so I don't want to think about cats dying, so I'm picking dog. Enter my dog's name. What should my dog's name be, chat? Taking suggestions for dog's name. The pet's the death. Bubba, our winter arcs are coming. The barcode script I sent in the Discord has a var named Thing. Dog with the butter. Fringle Yeller. Picking dog so a cat won't die. So real. Arthur. Ida. We're going Fringle, I think, on this one. I think Fringle's pretty good. Choose my voice. Oh, let's do a feminine voice. You can read the tutorial for the gameplay in the itch.io game page description from developer. I don't know why that's so funny. Ooh, that's good, man. Begin. Death is an opportunity. It is not the opposite of life, but rather a part of it. Death simply is. Death is inevitable. What if death was simply a beginning, not an ending? How far would you go to save someone you loved and lost? For an eternity's eternity, you have served under death herself. Queen of the underworld, arbiter of souls, the silent watcher. You are wearied, you long to reach your end. You tire of the machinations of fate and the job you have done for millennia. You are jaded, apathetic, and antipathic. You feel unfulfilled in your work. Your only source of joy for eons has been your beloved pet Fringle, your faithful dog. As is custom, you awaken from your slumber to realize that Fringle is missing. In their bed, you find a note scrawled in Death's familiar loopy handwriting. Death. Fringle no longer feels the call of this mortal coil. Should you wish to bid them one final farewell, you may try. You know the challenges ahead of you won't be easy, but what would you risk to get back what was taken from you? Armed with only your familiar weapon, mercy, you prepare to head into the cold, forsaken hall of limbo. I don't understand this dialogue. I'm too stupid. Oh my god, the
Hell
art.
is empty and all the devils are here.
Oh, voice acting. Let's go.
What you seek to retrieve is hopeless.
Something so funny. Dude, something so funny about the character that tells me there is no hope is the guy named Denial, man. It's like the easiest rebuttal of all time. He's like, there's no way you can do it. It's like, bro, you're literally named Denial. It's like, why would I listen to you, man?
You aren't strong enough to protect them, so why should you even bother to save
Why
them?
would I listen to you, bro? You're literally named Denial.
You are meaningless. Just another paltry, dull drogue, serving out her will. Her champions of mourning. You
Champions of
aren't
mourning? We're
strong
talking
enough
eggs, we're talking bacon,
to
we're talking
challenge us.
I'm stronger than you know. They are what gives me strength to continue on with the drudgery that is my existence. Even on the darkest of days, I will not falter.
I will not bow. I will not break. Okay. Now this is the part of the game I remember. I put my... Oh, right. Okay. So 1 to 6, 5 to 6, 5 to 6. Okay, so these are big games. So I should put my bigger numbers here to try to block it here. Try to take a little bit less from those two. And then try to deal the most I can on this one. Nice. Alright. Clash. Nice. Kind of reminds you of Cult of Land. Oh, I see. Okay. Wow, I smoked that fool. Holy. Flash 3 to 6, armor 5 to 7, die 1 to 6. What is... Die is a normal attack. Fear not the enemy who has practiced 3,000 attacks, but the one who has practiced one attack 3,000 times. Damn. The only one you need to defend is yourself. Simple slash. Question, Monarch. It says 3 to 6, but this says 4 to 6. Which one is it? I know authors who use subtext and they're all cowards type shit. Dude, that's it. That's exactly what I was thinking. Subtext is for cowards, bro. Okay. Okay, so we defend against this. Only tell, no show. Ijizakura. On Clash Loss, heal yourself by the difference. Oh, so this is like free as hell, huh? So I should armor this one and do this one. And slashing. We're moving. Okay. Rinpai developers will create the most peak thing you've ever seen if you use anything else for development. Yeah. The music is loud. Oh, I see. Sorry. All right. Let's crank it down. Boom. Okay. Well, the music also decreased in intensity as I turned the volume down. Okay. Death counter's on 12 right now. Got it. Flimsy strike. Okay. We really want to take advantage of this flimsy strike. Lower the enemy's next roll by 2. This is the last clash, lower the current roll by 2. Okay, so we do this right here for sure. And these are just some powerful slashes that we just slot in there. Boom. And I think they die this turn. And I was so correct.
It seems that both your blades and wit have bested me. Impressive, though not wholly unexpected.
I will say it is funny to me that Denial is the guy that keeps coping.
Well, we are her chosen, and I am the first sentinel to the gates of Limbo. I too understand your contention. Strife and anger are my sisters. Do not let your path of vengeance devour your quintessential spark.
Strife and anger, your path of vengeance. They almost said the title of the game type shit.
You may proceed.
Denial on opium. Yeah, it's funny. Okay. Paradise, clever. Whoever named this selection screen Paradise, I'm giving you a gold star. Now it's 3 dice, which is a little bit off, but still gold star. Maybe drawn in like crayon because there's 3 dice, but you get the idea. Any normal die you have will be replaced by selected die. Okay, if it rolls at least 9, doubles the roll. 3 to 8. If the roll's at least 9. Am I stupid? Am I dumb? How could this ever be 9? Okay. On Clash Loss, heal yourself by the difference in rolls. This is super powerful. All right, I think this one's so good. The dice level up after being used.
Oh. But you're foolhardy and reckless to think you can prove dominion over me. You're weak and feeble.
Might want to ratchet up the anger in the voice acting there. Just a little bit.
She might even say pathetic. Risking everything you have for something as trivial as a mortal companion. Why does their life matter to you? I'm not afraid of what I have lost, nor what I have stand to lose.
Dude, this reminds me of the Mega Man. What's his name? Like Lava Man? Is it Lava Man? Is it Heat Man? Flame Man? There's only a couple. Fireman? There's only a couple it could be. Nice. Okay. 1-6, 5-6, 1-6. Okay, this should be easy, right? 5-7. I mean, that crushes here. I mean, we should probably 5-7 but not take too much damage. Unless we have an izakaya. No, we don't. I don't think it's called izakaya. Isn't izakaya where you get like Japanese food? Okay. So we 3 to 7 and we 4 to 7. Boom. Easy. Get wrecked. 5 damage. Oh, even. Oh, 2 damage. Get smoked. 6 armor. Well, I think we easily 6 armor block the 5 to 6. On Clash Loss, heal yourself by the difference in rolls, and it's a 5 to 8. On Clash Loss, heal yourself. Okay. So we'll put this here because we also want to contest low. Flash 4 to 7. Okay, this one. I mean, that one just does so much damage. Even if you win, it's great because you deal the damage. Okay, that guy healed himself a little bit. The brick guy. Yeah. Voice acting is so fun. Yeah, dude, I love voice acting. Voice acting is sick. Backlash. On class lose, immediately follow up with an attack that deals the difference in rolls. Okay, so we don't want to roll high on Okay, so we want to put our weakest die here because we're hoping to lose, I think. Or we're hoping to go even, right? We basically want to roll the same as him, but we don't have a good way of doing it. I say tailwind break. Rolls at least 9, double the roll, so we just want to put something big here. And then slash is 6 to 7. Whoa, what are these guys' cards? Lower the next roll by 2, so we want to do this here. Wait, tailwind break is if the roll's at least 9. Okay, so this one's guaranteed to be 6 or 7, so disruptor is best there, I think. Okay, 2 damage. Oh, nice, he beat me on. This line now voice acted, I guess. Okay, I mean, I think we just put our big numbers up against his big numbers. On clash loss, heal yourself difference in rolls. Is 3 to 6 better than 4 to 8 if we heal the difference in rolls? Maybe, actually. You get out of there. Let's do a little healing here. Slash 4 to 8 here, and then 6 to 7 actually. Yeah. 6 to 7 is a little bit better. And then put this here, and I think that should be an easy win. Nice. You confuse arrogance with confidence, and it shows. I feel like this guy's lines aren't really giving me anger. Right? He's almost giving me like arrogance, you know? Like, I'm smart and you're stupid and actually you're bad. Doesn't strike me as. Disruptor, lower the enemy's next roll by 2. Okay, so we want to armor this as best we can. Slash, disruptor, lower by 2. This one heals by the difference. So we want to disrupt this one and then, unfortunately, I think we're just giving the healing. Yeah, no, we can do this instead. Nice. Easy.
When the world around you burned, you were tranquil, like a babbling brook weaving a melodious song. I am the second sentinel of Limbo, and the caretaker to bargaining. When you fought against me, you ignored my indignation and hatred. You focused on peace, on patience.
Monarch says the writing isn't the most stellar. We ran into some strife regarding the game. I mean, it's a jam, you know.
You weathered the storm that threatened to rend you apart. Bargaining and acceptance are my brothers. Depression is my sister.
it's like there's like text and there's subtext, and this is like whatever the opposite of this is like super text. You know, this is the character named Anger saying bargaining and acceptance are my brothers and depression is my sister. This is, you know, sometimes when you're watching like a movie or something, you can tell like, oh, this is the part where the character says the line that's supposed to explain the subtext so that the people who don't really know understand what's happening can also follow along, or the people who miss something important, they can also get clued in. Like, this is this is that on like gigasteroids. So
Death is my master.
Third Garbear. It's less like they exhibit the traits, but they're trying to draw these emotions out of others. Ah, I see. So Anger is trying to rage bait you. Interesting. Okay.
My pet is my reason for existing.
It do be like that sometimes. Relatable? FR?
Our queen is a bastard. To take an innocent life, simply because she chose to, you would never understand the pain of losing what you hold dear. Of what gives you strength to fight when you feel defeated. So, it would seem you would truly give up your immortality for them to live as a human. Very well then. Proceed carefully, little angel.
Showcase Saturdays for games from the community, Game Jam products or not. Anybody know how many people work on this game? I actually fuck with that view. That's cool. Yeah, the idea that the character's trying to rage bait you, is trying to make you angry rather than being a representation of anger, does make sense. But side note, the mic quality is stellar. Yeah, I mean, the voice, the lines sound pretty good. So. Basic armor, Disruptor 2 to 5 seems like the best pick here. Dude, I love this curtain effect.
I am the boulder that crushes you. I am an unbreakable pact.
So if we're following along with that, we would expect this character is trying to get us to bargain, right? He's going to offer us ways out or something.
I am the unspoken. I am the silence that weighs heavy in your hearts. I am the impossible price to pay.
Bro, this guy is a lot of things, huh?
I am who is sought out in desperation.
I hear the cries of those begging me to do anything. The trades they would offer to save their loved ones. It is preposterous to think that you could best me.
So I'll make you a deal.
The loudest voice can still be silenced by a quiet whisper. My sister is rash, destructive, and chaos incarnate. I am the third sentinel of Limbo, and the predecessor to my sister, Depression.
Neither denial nor anger bested me.
Yeah, credit this guy voice acting this character. Great job, great job. He really do be sounding like the idea of a character that represents bargaining. Really good delivery on that guy.
They both fell to mercy. Even the heaviest mountains can be moved if you want them to move.
Yeah, and I think there's something to be said here for when you want a game to represent, you know, the stages of grief or whatever. Like that's fine, and that's like a cool thing to try to represent. But one thing that you can do is, what is it called, like ludonarrative harmony or whatever, where like the elements of the game support the idea you're trying to get across, right? So earlier we had this idea that like we talked about the idea that, you know, these characters are trying to get the player, the main character, to like indulge in these steps of grief, right? The previous person wanted to make us mad. This guy wants us to bargain, right? So how can we do that in the context of gameplay mechanics, right? So that we achieve that ludonarrative harmony. Well, one thing is this guy could effectively look like he's cheating, more or less. Imagine if this loads up and he has 400 health. And it's like, how could we possibly beat a guy with 400 health? And his dice are like way too powerful or whatever, right? That would give us the feeling of like, oh, we actually can't beat this guy. What are we supposed to do, right? Then, like, he could give us like conversation options or something. He could offer to let us go, to make us want to bargain with him, to find a way out of it. And then, like, as you fight him, you discover like actually he doesn't have that much health, or there's something going on, or there's some other mechanic to the fight that gets you through it without needing to make a deal with him. But getting the player to feel like I need to bargain here would help us feel more like, you know, he's getting the ideas across that he's trying to achieve, right? So, that's just the first thing that comes to mind for me. Kat says, Shovel never failed to surprise me with how good you are at games. Thank you, Kat. Thank you. I appreciate that. Game presentation so good. I forgot it has little representation in gameplay. Yeah, dude, the presentation is incredible. I mean, we've said it before. Lusk is so good. Like, Lusk is incredible, but you had a similar planned gimmick with the fourth guy, but it broke the entire game. You had 12 hours left, so you said, fuck it. that makes sense, yeah. Those kind of, especially for a game jam, like those are ideas that if you were like continuing to develop Strife of Vengeance, you know, you could add stuff to it. Okay, so we have this big armor, so let's just block this slash. And then we have a 4 to 7 on a 1 to 6, 6 to 8. Oh, dude, we can never lose this. But also it's like our biggest die, so we might as well like just slap it in here. And then this will heal us. No. We should put this here just in case we take damage on this one. Yeah, that seems good. Boom. Boom. Nice. 3 to 5. Okay. Oh, we just have a bunch of naked slashes. So this one heals yourself by the difference, and it's a 2 to... It's either 2 to 5 or 3 to 5. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's probably 2 to 5. So we just want to like hit that as close as we can. There's probably 4 to 8. Don't heal him too much. This is a 6 to 8, so we just put a 7 to 8, so we always beat it. And then a 3 to 5 armor. And let's put a 6 to 8 on it. Boom. Bubba, this community is so talented. My imposter syndrome has never been worse, yet it's much less prevalent after joining it. Yeah, Bubba, I don't know how you have imposter syndrome. You're one of the best developers in the community, man. Bubba, you're so good. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, man? Kat, I think a lot of my imposter syndrome is due to the visual aspects of things I always make being worse than everyone else's. I can understand where that's coming from. But, Kat, you gotta understand that your gameplay design is very good. Like, your boss fights were sick, you know? So, I think... You know, everyone has their strengths. Some people, like, for example, the game we played earlier, Umtria PT, that game had, like, a really good visual treatment, but the design was, like, lacking in a lot of areas that the developer can obviously improve on, right? It's their first project. They got room to grow. But you're like, opposite boat, where it's like your game design senses are, like, pretty good, but you're, you just need to, like, continue to develop your artistic sense. So, you know, Bubba, pillar of the community. Yeah, I mean, I think like most of the people in chat right now are pillars of the community. How many pillars are you allowed to have, huh? Like a couple hundred, I think. Call me the Parthenon. Is that a building with a lot of pillars? I don't have enough knowledge of Greek architecture to make this joke land. So can everyone just say haha in the chat like I made a really good joke? Thank you, thank you. All right, let's kill this guy. Boom. Okay, disruptor. Lowers the enemy's next roll by 2. Okay, so my next one here is -2. Wow, Shovel, you're so incredibly witty. That was a good one. All right, this is a big armor at the end. Dude, what if I counter my 8 to 6 armor? Counter his 5 to 7 armor with my 8 to 6 armor. Okay. This is the Ijizakura, and this one will heal him based on the difference, but this one's getting lowered. So if I just put my 4 to 7 will lower his, but I don't want to lower his. So I just put my own Ijizakura here. Boom jams. And then Disruptor will lower the next one by 2, but that's fine because I can just Ijizakura here. And then this Disruptor lowers my next roll, but I'll just Disruptor his next roll too, I guess. I don't know. I'm just putting dice in. Lyra with the backhanded laugh. Yeah. Nice. Okay. We got 6, 6, 2, 5, and 3, 8. This is Disruptor. If we disrupting his armor means it's a 1 to 6, so we'll almost always deal damage, right? Because we roll at least a 6 and he's maximum 6, so we mostly deal damage. Slash 6 to 9. Nice, 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 nice. So stupid. Lowers the next roll by 2. Oh, this one lowers the next roll by 2, so we don't want to waste the disruptor here. Yeah, we do. And then we can 6, 9 his slash, and then his disruptor. Just hit it with a 5 to 8. Boom. Nice, easy money. I don't know why I dealt 7 damage there.
The silent murmur that breaks the cacophony in the orchestra of the halls of Limbo.
Feels more like a line that would have come from one of the enemies rather than the player character, but okay.
I am the rush of wind through the trees in the quiet glade.
Dude, okay. How many things is she gonna be? I'm so curious because this guy listed so many things he was, so it feels like in response now she's listing a bunch of stuff that she is. So we got 2.
I have a power over you that no one else does. I can pay the price you ask. You would
Okay,
ask
she's only 2
me
things.
the
She's only 2 things.
greatest, most expensive thing I could give you.
The greatest, most expensive thing I could give you. A Nintendo Switch 2.
For them, I
It's
give my
bundled with
immortality
Donkey Kong
without
Bonanza.
hesitation.
Hey, Tantan Chris, good to see you. It has been a while. Rolls at least 9, double the roll. Okay, this upgrades, that's pretty good. Armor's fine. Lower the enemy's next roll by 2. If this is the last flash, lower their current roll by 2. Okay, Disruptor 2 to 5 is good. Tailwind Break. It rolls at least 9, double it, but I think I like the Disruptors, man. Saw a Nintendo Switch 2 at Best Buy for $200. Dang, that's a steal.
I am the undying maw. I am insatiable. I am endless. The never-ending abyss of anguish.
Is that a 4 thing? We'll call it 3.5.
Pit of uncertainty.
now it's definitely
I
at least 4
am
things.
your despair personified.
I am your despair personified. It's a fucking fire line, dog. Oh man, dude, Var, you hit the nail on the head early on when you said this game said, "What the fuck is subtext, bro?" Dude, that's so funny. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. Oh. But the character designs are so good. It's so funny that like it's got this like sick visual treatment. The art is so clean. Oh.
I thrive where you fail. Your feeble attempts to thrash against your binding strengthen me.
Yeah, and I feel like we've totally lost the thread that's like these are supposed to make you feel that way. It doesn't feel like she's trying to make me feel depressed, and it also doesn't feel like she is depressed, you know?
I am always present. For light and darkness cannot exist without one another. I am the 4th sentinel of Limbo. I am the champion of death and the antithesis of acceptance.
Dude, I'm curious whether I am or death occurs more often. We could have like a double counter. Death counter, I am counter.
I am unbreakable.
Dude, that got me. I did not expect my main character to respond with the stuff that she is, man. That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh, man. I was not ready for that at all. I thought it was going to cut to the fight, you know? I thought it was cutting to the fight, man.
I yell to the
Oh,
wind.
that's so funny.
I do not break. You may be stronger than you.
I mean, it's an I am, but
Your
it's permissible.
shadows have no power over me. My mercy grants you a swift end.
Nice. Die. 1 to 6, 5 to 7, 5 to 6. Okay. Slash 6 to 9. I mean, this always beats this. Also nice. Okay. 1 to 6, 8 to 8. This is on Clash Loss. Heal yourself, bro. I don't think I'm losing this Clash. I think I want to do a big game. Oh, and this is a disruptor, so this is gonna be good to cut this one down. Boom, big damage. I am enjoying this game. I am impressed with the art. I am the subtle breeze that blows through the trees on a nice Sunday morning. I am the mailman forgetting to deliver you your bill, and so you have to pay a late fee. I am your dog barking really loudly at 7 in the morning, so you have to wake up even though you really wanted to sleep in today. Mirror rebound. No effect. The effect currently soft locks the game, so it has been disabled. It's so funny to just be so honest. Because dude, I am the man watching the stream. Yeah, it's so funny because like you could here just put like, you know, mirror rebound 1 to 10 and just have like question marks that it's like this effect is hidden. Who knows what could happen in the future or whatever, and then just it never gets touched on, right? You could hide this, but it's so funny to just be like, yo, this shit don't work, dog. Don't even try. Oh man, that's good. All right, armor. So it doesn't do anything, so let's just put armor here. Okay. Yeah, I am disabled because I don't work. Isadora on the armor. Okay, there's a big slash, so that does damage. Okay, flimsy strike. I don't think... Yeah, this is impossible to lose this slash, so I'm just going to deal extra damage. Boom. Yeah. Okay. These are just like, can be big numbers, I guess, is the big threat. 6 to 9... Nice, and also double nice. Disruptor, lower the next by 2. I mean, we can lower... I mean, 4 to 8 is a little bit dangerous, but we lower this mirror rebound, so it's fine. And then we disruptor here to do big damage here. Boom.
Let darkness consume you.
Nice. Oh, wow, she rolled a 10?
Certainty will be your undoing.
How about you fuck off with that, by the way? Yeah, take that. 4 damage. Get pwned. It's not terrible in your opinion, it's just too many long-winded dialogues and I am codes. Yeah, I mean, the game itself as a whole is really good. I think the dialogue is just like not very well written, and I think the story itself is a little bit like the idea that you have to fight through these like guardians of limbo or whatever and they represent grief. Like the idea that she is your despair personified is a fine concept. Sure, she is your depression. But generally, you want to get that across through subtext. And like you write the story that gets that idea across, even though it's not literally the case, right? As opposed to just having her say it. Nice, 8 to 10 slash. Okay, we just have big slash. Ooh, leading blade on clash win. Follow up with another attack. Okay, we definitely don't want her to win this clash, so I'm gonna use my big slash to make sure she loses this one, and then we can put a regular slash here. And then Isadora here, so at least if we lose it, we heal. I think that's a good play. Nice. Get pwned.
Fast to go, for it is fragile.
Okay.
Darkness isn't as consuming as you think.
Strange coming from depression.
About it, we can never see the stars.
Really optimistic
Sure
viewpoint.
sad. There's so many different things to live for. But something to do. There's something to hope for.
The line is like, darkness might not be all bad because without it you can't see the stars. That's a fine line. Just feels like it should be coming from my main character, right? Like it feels like I should be rebutting these ideas, right? The idea is I'm working through the grief, right? That's the subtext. The subtext is that I'm working through the grief here. So doesn't it make more sense for that line that's very acceptance pilled to come from the main character as I overcome the depression? So I mean, Monarch, you can hold control to skip the story. I don't know on what planet you think I want to skip this story, bro.
I do not lie. That is why I must reclaim their soul.
lower by 2, lower by 2. Heal yourself. I think Itchy's occur here. Although I don't have time to upgrade these, so they're kind of weaker, right? Story's peak.
So, you have successfully traversed the halls of Limbo and defeated the wardens, protecting her.
Love this character design.
I am the 5th and final sentinel. I am growth. I am all that comes after my brothers and sisters. I am the light that tempers depression and anger. I am the force that balances denial. I am the answer to bargaining. I alone carry the initial weight of those that have come before you. I will continue to bear their burdens after you have gone.
Nice. You'll bear their burdens after they're gone. And also, you're about to get cooked, bro. What are these dice? Okay. Okay, cool. Gosh. Dude, this 8 to 11 disruptor is crazy. Why are we fighting acceptance? Yeah, it's like, it's interesting, right? Because our dog died and we don't want to accept it. So we are fighting acceptance in theory, right? But like the other stages of grief, you're supposed to work through to get to acceptance. But now that we've made it to acceptance, we also want to fight that. I feel like, yeah. I guess we still need to find out what happens. We have to find out what happens. Maybe it comes together, you know. Let's put this fat disruptor right at the start. Oh, actually, we should put the fat disruptor right here. And honestly, let's put this disruptor here, and then we can just hit this big slash here. Boom, 6-9, nice. Nice. Okay, a bunch of mirror rebounds. Seems like they didn't work. Oh, but I can heal myself the difference in rolls. Okay, so, I mean, Ichizakura is so goated, man. And then we just do a big slash here. Boom.
Do you truly wish to cause me harm?
Good question, good question. Also, dude, look at this. Look at this, like, sprite work. That is so sick. That's so cool. Gosh, Lusk is so good. Holy moly.
Do you truly wish to cause me harm?
Messed with the dice leveling mechanics and accidentally made the player too overpowered. Didn't find out until you shipped. Dude. Okay, Fleeting Blade is one we got to make sure we win, but how can we guarantee it? I just don't see the angle. Okay. So we put, you know, 911 up there, call an ambulance, but not for me. Put a 6-9 slash here and disruptor here just to do some extra damage at the end. Bonk. 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 Sprite work. Since when do soft drinks have jobs? But Alright, disruptor 2 to 5, it lowers this one. So if I'm lowering this one, I might as well heal from it. And then this disruptor we can just do a big slam on, and then we'll do big damage on the mirror rebound. Or at the very least, we won't take damage from it. Sprite unemployment's a serious. Okay, well.
Why would you let me defeat you? If you're the final sentinel.
Why would you let me defeat you? Girly, 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 girly. I don't think they had a choice.
Because learning what I am is vital for your fight against her. Without me, you cannot proceed. Without allowing your burdens to be lifted,
Without me, you can't proceed. But
you would be forced to repeat your path until you could learn to accept what happened. While I am the final champion of warning, I'm not without compassion, little angel. As my sister said, there can be no darkness without light. The opposite is just as true. There can be no light without darkness.
yeah, I got it.
By defeating me and truly realizing what you were fighting for, you have proven you are capable of conquering Limbo.
Oh, death enumeration. No effect, just a superly strong attack. I mean, Ijizakura is the broken one, right? Get out of here, Death Generation. You know Ijizakura. They're being dramatic as fuck with this dog.
Oh, little child. How far have you fallen?
Yo, Death, you're facing the wrong way. I'm over here.
You dare stand against your queen? I thought better of you.
Java?
You're just a trivial little cog in the apparatus of arbitration.
Okay.
You exist because I manifested your creation.
Bro, I thought you were Death, not Birth. Hey,
You're a
what up?
tool, blunt, and in need of sharpening.
Dude, she called me a tool.
A reminder of why you are replaceable, and I am your queen. There have been a million reapers before you, and there will be an infinitude of them once your divine
Less crazy for
spark
drawing
has
that.
been
Right, dude, this is
extinguished.
crazy. No, I am a shovel, true. I am a tool. Damn, dude, she pegged me on that one, that's for sure. For you, okay.
I did once have to respect you, but now I do not. You took my, because you wanted to.
because you can choose between dog and cat. There is no like line that populates here. That's funny.
Because you could.
Lusk fainted during the final hours of the jam. Dang, I mean, he kind of went sicko mode on this, right?
I lack the empathy to care about your reasoning. You did it to wound me.
Yeah, does this say something? I mean, it doesn't look like it. Be that boy. If Feb Ref Bach the boy Zot.
Do you inflict pain because that's how you draw pleasure from your miserable existence? I have squandered away the infinitesimal happiness I had working beneath you. Pain is a means of subjugation, control, dominance. How long would you have kept up the charade of pretending to care about your duty to your queen? Your duty to Limbo. You think your existence is consequential, but you're dreadfully wrong, and willfully
It's in
ignore
Cyrillic.
it.
Oh, no wonder I can't read it. Oh, Monarch, you drew this background? I see. What does it say if it's in Cyrillic? It's the 9 circles of hell from Dante's Inferno, but in Russian? Ah, that's cool.
You took an
a cool
opportunity
detail.
to break me. What you did not expect was my desire to fight for their justice, to defend them, until the day I would ever draw my last breath in these accursed halls. I will always choose them over you. You sit on the throne of bones and lies you have fed yourself to placate the vacancy in your soul for the life you used to have. I attempted to break your will because of your indignation. The complete and utter disregard you have shown for your work and the job you were expressly created to do.
I mean, if we're being real, she's kind of right. You know, I'm supposed to be like a Grim Reaper or something, and I can't even accept a dog died.
Every being here follows me without question, except you, little angel. What gives you the right to change my theocracy? I obeyed every command you issued, every request you demanded, every single task you ever gave me. I did, with no hesitation. No longer will I be your lapdog.
Go off,
I'm
baby.
no longer bound by the chains you used to control me.
Lead programmer implies the existence of programmers under you.
I am no longer bound to you. So be it. I am the beginning and the end.
Well, mostly just the end.
I am the destroyer of worlds,
That's fair.
harbinger of sorrow.
Okay.
I am all that was and all that will be.
Got it.
You, little angel, will never be anything more than a waste of my divine
Former I am. True.
alchemy.
She do be a lot of things. At least with Death, she is a lot of things. She looks like so sweet. Doesn't she look like such a sweet little mom character? It feels like she's gonna give me a potion and send me off on my journey. Okay, Slash is 6 to 10. Disruptor is pretty good here. 7 to 11 and 6 to 13. Holy schmoly. Boom. Whoa, dude, those sprites? I kind of want to watch it in slow motion so I can see what those sprites do. Okay, well, that's a pretty easy choice there, huh? I haven't taken any damage yet, and I don't think I'm going to take damage. Yeah. Impossible to take damage here. I guess technically if they roll 7, I could roll 6, so I might as well put the Ichizukura there, but only barely, only barely. Okay. 8 to 11, 11 to 11, 5 to 8 to 11. Oh, this is the tailwind break. If it's at least a 9, doubles the roll. Ooh, okay, that's dangerous. So we want to disrupt that, right? So we put a disruptor here. The clash sprites are so good. Can you try to lose a clash to see a successfully hit one? Oh, true, true, true. I should throw. Okay. Let's. Okay, I could actually die on this one. Okay. These are both 2 to 5. So let's throw a 3 to 5 here, 5 to 8 here. See if I can lose one of these. Nice. Gosh, those sprites are sick. 7 Heavens Strike. Die's currently bugged, but it has a variance of 7. Death Enumeration. That's another big one. Okay. 7 Heavens. Dude, you don't stand a chance. Lower the next one by 2. So we can drop that there, which gives us a much better shot. We just armor this one. And then we slash this one. Boom. Nice. Yeah. Okay. That's me.
My defeat should have been impossible.
She's just a cute little guy with a cute little smile. Dude, it's so funny that Death is just like a cute little lady. That's so funny.
How could someone as fragile and weak as you best me, the queen of the underworld?
Holy free holies, the art is so sick. If I had infinite money, I would commission Lusk to make an OC drawing for me. Yeah, the thing about it is, Lusk doesn't take commissions. I tried to commission him. He wouldn't accept it. I tried to commission them. I actually don't know if those are Lusk pronouns. I think they are, but I should probably check with them. Hell now overthrown by worker union because dog died. True. Oh.
How did you become all powerful?
I became all powerful because when I play the dice, it increases the numbers on them. So simply by going through the stages of grief, I became strong enough to overcome death, which I believe is probably the subtext we're working at, right?
You truly would give up everything for a trivial soul in the great cosmos. I learned that my emotions do not define me.
Emotions do not define me. True.
Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. They allow me to fully recognize my purpose in the world. It is not to serve you, not anymore.
Dude, imagine being as that holding out a handful of dice. It's like, I'm here to challenge you, Death. I will not let you claim another soul. You sit on a throne of bones and lies, and you've enslaved the world around them for millennia. I will take it no longer. You will not stand against me for one more second. Take our die. I got a 6. What'd you get? A 5. Oh, plus 1 damage.
I have learned a new feeling.
What?
The awareness of hope.
Nice.
That even on my darkest days, there is still light in the void. That is what gave me.
That's what Fringle gave me. Fringle.
They gave me hope.
Nice.
Then what is it you would ask of me? My immortality for their soul. I want to experience the world as a human. I want to know that, yes, death is an opportunity, but that there is so much more to explore, to learn, to see, to feel.
Using context clues to say that is death is an opportunity the theme of the jam? That sounds right to me.
To love, to know the joy and sorrow, to remember how to be whole again. So shall it be.
What? Do I gotta fight my dog? Oh, Fleeting Blade for sure. Upgrading Fleeting Blade sounds so good. That was the jam theme? Nice, okay. Seems like it. It was highlighted, so. And curtain logging? Stage maxing? Game soft locks? Oh, I see. That's Monarchs playing. Release the same game over and over again, but with new waifus every time. Nice. I mean, hey, drawing curtains at the end of the game makes sense. Cinema. Yeah, I mean, this game, kinda sick. I don't know what to tell you. Really, I mean, the mechanics are fun. The art is obviously awesome. And while the writing could use some work, it was at least very fun, you know? It's like, there's something to be said It's something that like a design lesson I learned from playing Mega Man 11. Imagine Fringle became the final boss in One Shot Shovel. The curtains represent the dog, maybe. One thing I learned from playing Mega Man 11 is that you don't have to take yourself that seriously when you're designing your game. You got to remember that at least one of the reasons you can make a game is to have fun with your player, right? I am good enough. I am stronger than I think. I am unbreakable. I am a pair of curtains. Is that you can just have like fun moments with your player. You can make them laugh. You can divert their expectations to like give them a good experience, right? And I realized that because there's an enemy in Bounce World in Mega Man 11 where like this clown enemy pops up out of the grates and he just like does like this with his hands and then he like pushes you back, and it made me laugh very hard. And I think that you can lean into that, right? You don't need your game to take itself super seriously and be like the most impressive game of all time. You can like write stuff that like subverts players' expectations. Like, and I think that this game probably didn't do it on purpose, but in a lot of ways, it's like when the one character listed herself like as how many things they were. I actually don't remember which character it was. It might have been bargaining, but they listed like, I am this, I am that, I am this, I am that, I am this. And then my character responded by saying, I am this. I was like, that was that's a fun moment. Even if it was just because, you know, it subverted my expectations because I thought I'm going to go to combat, but instead it flipped to the other side. So, I assumed it was Renpai. Oh, no, yeah. Monarch is a Godot merchant, right? And he was lead programmer. But yeah, one thing that I do think is a potential improvement on the presentation of this game, although the presentation is obviously incredible. One thing that would help me, and I think would also help your players to get more involved in the actual mechanics, like of the moment-to-moment gameplay and like how it feels to play the game, is... Right. Please enter some text. Choose a pet. Oh. Enter your pet's name. Some text. Okay. To masculine this time. Yeah. Okay. All right. I can hold control, right? Nice. Right. Dude, this character fight is so sick. Started with a really good one with Denial. So when you play your dice, right? It's like one thing that if I ask you, chat, I'm going to give you a quiz right here. When you are playing a game with dice, what is the most fun part of dice? Any ideas? What's the best part of dice? This would probably work better if there wasn't such a delay in YouTube. But we got rolling them from Bubba, rolling them from OK, rolling them from Clack, looking at it from Jumpy, eating the dice from Monarch. So we got 3 for 5 on that. When it comes to a dice game, people like to roll the dice. Like rolling the dice is a very fun part of it. So when you're playing this game that's very dice based, you want to roll it and see what you get. But when you clash, it just pops up like that. Having some rolling animation that indicates the number you got would be great, because as it happens, these clashes happen extremely quickly. So it's hard to tell like what number you're getting. And there's like really cool, you know, animation for how they hit each other and bounce off. But giving a little more feedback to the player of like what happened, like having the roll happen would be cool. In addition, being able to tell why things are happening the way they are would be cool too. Like when you play Disruptor, it lowers the enemy's next roll. So this Flimsy Strike is going to be at -2 because of Disruptor. But like I don't see that, right? I don't know that. So
it seems that both your blade
I won.
and wits have bested me.
So it'd be nice if I could see that the Disruptor hit that roll, right? I do like that idea too from Bubba says roll them all and then play animations like an anime battle. Yeah, it's like you could roll the dice and be like toom 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 and then toom 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 and you see the dice and then they go into each other like boom into the center. And then if you have those extra effects, they can happen there too because you have the Disruptor up here and it's like the Disruptor could leave something that like hovers around and then when the next roll comes out, the Disruptor hits it and lowers it and then it changes who wins so that it's clear to the player what's happening. Because the mechanics are fun and when you pay attention ahead of time, you can sort of expect what's going to happen, but you don't get to see the things you expect happening. It's a little bit hard to tell them. But there are a lot of ways you could improve the clarity on what's happening in those clashes. But that's entirely a what's the word? Entirely an issue of clarity. That's why I lost my focus there. Perform a follow attack that deals 3 damage on class lose. Oh, this is a risky dice, right? I'll take Death Integration. Because these clash sprites are so sick. Skip the dialogue. I want to get to the clash sprites again. When you're actually clashing with the enemy, like this animation sequence is so sick. But even though the animation sequence is sick, it's like if I want to watch the animations, I can't look at the dice. And even when I'm looking at the dice, it's kind of hard to tell exactly what's going on. So having a little more clarity so the player can understand what's going on would be sick. But the visual treatment of those clashes is like top notch. It's really, really sick. But yeah. And then I think obviously you could like, you know, improve the dialogue in a few places to clean it up a little bit. But I don't think it's like bad to the point where, you know, it's completely unsalvageable or anything. I just think like the dialogue is a little bit on the nose. I think that's maybe a way to say it. But Sagra Liri, real games subvert zero expectations. I expect all roguelikes to have a piece of dialogue at the start that says this is kind of like Hollow Knight, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I would just split the sequence up so you can sit back and watch the fight and cheer and shit. Yeah. I think that's a good idea too. Like the idea of that like you get to watch the cool battle play out based on like the dice you picked. I think that's pretty fun. The only thing I would worry about, the thing that I'm worried about when it comes to mine there is like once the sequence is played out and you see the numbers, you already kind of know what's going to happen. So that's why I would like save the effects applying until the clashes happen. So that way you get the numbers, so they roll, you see them roll, you see what happened, and it like loads up the extra effects, the disruptor effect pops up or whatever. And then when like your izakaya, that's still not the right word. that is still the Japanese food house, right? The Ijizakura, I don't remember what it's called. When that dice, when it heals you, it's like that number can have like a glow around it or some effect around it. And then when it hits, if it like loses, the number can pop out and like go down into your health bar or something. Like stuff like that can, so that you still have to watch the clash and it's like, oh, you know, I did the damage, that's cool. But also you can tell what you rolled and you can tell what's happening. I think, to me, that's the big thing I would improve on the like UI game feel side. Because as it stands, the art, the game feel, the gameplay mechanics, those are all really cool. And then, yeah, I think the other thing, obviously, the rolls come first, then effects happen mid-clash. Yeah. I think that makes sense. Yeah, then obviously the only other thing that you would want to do is have more dice with like more effects. So it's a little bit, is more like a roguelike in terms of like a little bit more Slay the Spire-y rather than, you know, a lot of my, like, this is just numbers. All of these are just numbers, whereas you want to be able to like think of it a little bit more in terms of like, you know, what are my effects and what am I going to chain together and what's the cool stuff I can do, rather than just like, what are my numbers? Clack says, something of note about subverting expectations is that you need to make sure the subversion is better than what you're subverting. That's true. Yeah. You don't want people like, you subvert the expectation and people are like, why didn't you just do it the way that's good? You know, you don't want people to be like, why did they do this? Is stupid, right? Now, if the subversion is played for like comedy or for a joke or something, that's fine. But yeah. But oh, cat's back. Nice. Yeah, I think that's great advice. Is make sure that the subversion feels worth it. If it feels, even if it's like better than the way it would have been done otherwise, if it feels like it's still like not worth it, or it breaks from the game feel too much, or it has some problems or whatever, it can still not be worth it. But I think that like, you know, playing with your players' expectations is like a key part of what game design is, right? The UI probably needs some touch-ups. I mean, kind of, but overall, I think the UI like totally works. I think maybe the dice could have like a slightly different treatment. But other than that, I mean, obviously I think these are just like the default Godot panels, right? Am I right, Monarch? These are default Godot panels. No theme applied to them, just drag and dropped in. But that aside, I think have grown a lot past this game. Be better with your next game. The feel and feedback side, the whole new UI I made was only last month. Nice, dude. Yeah, I'm excited to see what you do for your next, like, you know, your next like 10-day jam where you can do some Persona-esque UI, make a UI based game. hopefully you continue pairing with Lusk. So, even if it's for comedy and you make sure you aren't subverting your grandma getting out of bed for her suddenly dying. Yeah. But, even then, that's not like so much of a subversion, right? It's like, but I get the point you're making. It's like, these are the default panel containers. That's true. Yeah, dude, you can spot the default Godot panel containers from a mile away. They have that signature vibe, huh? But yeah, I see the point you're making. It's like, even if the submersion is played for comedy, it still needs to work in context. That beautiful gray, right? The subtle rounded corners, the slight transparency. Oh, it's gorgeous. The only thing I'd advise for the GUI is make some sort of border that matches the art style game with transparency. It'll be a game called You and I, and it's about navigating a UI properly with stunning visuals. That's what it's all about, I think. Yeah. I feel like, yeah, everyone... Oh, never mind. That sentence I was about to say is a spoiler for stuff working behind the scenes, so I have to keep that to myself. But the chain should be black and white. Yeah, I think the chains being black and white could be cool. That might work a little bit better. I do like the dice being like the main focus of color though, so Shovel almost told. Oops, I almost revealed something. Call it You and I. Yeah. But yeah, I think that this game really works. I think that the mechanic of like picking your dice, obviously, you know, choose one type mechanics work well. And then also, obviously, all of the other roguelike stuff that you can use to improve a game can apply here as well. Having like relics that you collect as you explore the underworld, that's like all of your offensive effects have roll +1, so that like when your rolls are happening on the side, the relic pops and goes like boing, boing, boing. Right? There's like tons of stuff you can do there to improve the like strategic depth of the game. Because like by the time you get to the later fights, like obviously the game's a little bit unbalanced because you get too strong. So, so you get too strong, so then you can just like overcome everything, and there's not really much of a difficulty to it. But having more strategic depth of like, oh, I want to pick offensive dice because I have relics that are good for offensive dice, and then ooh, this upgrade is good because it works with a different relic I have, that sort of stuff. So, do I kill for an RPG with this combat system? Yeah, this kind of thing is really cool, especially because the idea here is like it's all playing the odds, right? When you have like a 1 to 6 here and they have like a 4 to 8 and you have a 4 to 7, and it's like, what happens if you lose? What happens if you win? It's like, where do you play your odds the best? I think that's really where something like this shines, right? You have to like play to your like statistical probability to win, and then if you roll low, you get into a bad situation you have to like get your way out of, or you can get a lucky roll that saves you, or like being able to find your outs and play to them is really cool. So I think that like this game system gives a lot of opportunity to play to your outs, but yeah, Bubba might make a game like this going into the to-do doc, dice game that is. Nice. The game's inspiration is Library of Ruina. I saw a Twitter post complaining about RNG and RPGs. I mean, there's like, you know, there's an argument on both sides of it. Some people want statistical certainty and some people want things to like change a little bit. And then I also think it depends on how RNG is implemented. I think like the RNG in Pokemon games is like good because it keeps the battles like, you know, interesting and varied. It's not like a solved problem as soon as it starts. But the RNG is annoying because they have like a 10% flinch chance. It's like, oh, that attack has a 30% chance to paralyze, and then every turn it's like a 50% chance to actually hit through it. It's like, that's super annoying, you know? So stuff like that can be really annoying. But yeah, I think the game obviously has a very strong legs, and I think anybody with eyeballs can tell that the strength of the game is this incredible art style. This art style is unbelievably appealing. I feel like on Steam, this art style goes crazy. It's so easy to make a capsule that looks great with this art, and then have screenshots that show off the different characters and have screenshots showing off the battle. It's like this game is unbelievably appealing. So, yeah. I think it's like the art looks really good and it's so unique, you know? It's like it stands out from a mile away. When you see this, it's like, oh shit. So I feel like it goes crazy. But yeah, I think, yeah, Lusk is so good. That is the truth. But yeah, I think that'll probably be the end of the Showcase Saturday. I think I only got through 3 games because we did a lot of yapping, but my throat is killing me. So all hail Lust, that's for sure. So yep. Thanks for Lust never fails to amaze. That is so true. We gotta like clip the Lust phrase in this stream so we can send it to him. The yapping was enjoyable. Hey, glad to hear that. Nice. And we have more games on the list, but feel free. What's the process to propose a game? In the Discord, you can go to Showcase Saturday and make a post with your game, and I'll add it to my list, and then I curate like the order. Generally, what I do is make sure that the games have like enough variety, so I don't just play like a bunch of platformers in a row. I did 2 Rage games in a row this time on accident because I just put Lizard Like's game at the front. I made my list with order, and then I saw Lizard Like added one, so I just shot that right to the top because, you know, he's Lizard's game, and I feel like playing Lizard's game on stream so we can talk about all the stuff he did correctly is like a really good way to help people learn. So he jumped right to the top. But yeah, then I try to organize them so that we can play in a little bit. But Jumpy said, copy paste because I want an answer. Shovel, I'm wondering if I'm able to submit one of my old games because I did it really well. Never had any feedback vocalized to me yet. I think it might be helpful to learn for it. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you can submit any game you worked on. Any game you want feedback for. If you made a game and you want me to play it on stream and give you feedback, you can put it in Showcase Saturday. Here's hoping to see Moxie Eptamine in the next Showcase Saturday. I have a feeling you'll like it, Mr. Shovel. Bubba, I have to say, you're another one of the developers where your games go to near the top of the list because I feel like there's a ton to learn for people to work on. So, watching these always makes me so motivated to work on games. Never have time to do so. Yeah, finding time to actually do the work is tough. But yeah, I think, you know, RKI's games, Bubba's games, Lizard's games, those are all, you know, developers that make incredible projects that I feel like people in the community can really take a lot of lessons from. So it's extra valuable to play their games because people can see what are some good stuff to do. What if you played Weird and Misadventure again without any updates so it's exactly the same? Probably I'll have similar feedback then. Vari, very excited for next week. Submitted a really weird, interesting jam game. Oh, exciting, nice. Kat, hopefully I can get to the point of the making good things list eventually. Hey, Kat. It's not making good things, it's making things that I think are good examples. It's like Bubba at RKI, and RKI has incredible game design sense, and so I think seeing how he is able to turn simple concepts into really fun games is great. And then Bubba and Lizard both are able to turn simple game ideas into fun games, even with simple art styles and simple mechanics due to their incredible ability to polish things. And I think that ability to polish your mechanics into a fun gaming experience is one of the skills that's hard to learn when you're starting out as a developer. And so that's the thing I want to share. Because you do make good stuff. You are on the making good things list. But making good examples list is a different story. Yeah, the talent in the community is crazy. I can't believe so many sick developers are here. It's really wild. I mean, Luna is like a boss design masterpiece. So, learning how to make a game with a good premise actually fun is the hardest shit to do. Yeah. Luna, I unironically messaged Luna for advice on boss design in Isadora's Edge because he's so good at it. So, yeah. I mean, the community is incredible. And we got some exciting community-facing stuff coming up in the near future. So make sure you keep an eye out for that. Lots of cool opportunities for developers in the community to shine. Hopefully, that's what I'm aiming for. So keep your eyes peeled. But that being said, I am going to go drink some water. Monarch, you mentioned wanting to ask for UI help. Literally ask me anytime. I'm very willing. It sounds good. I'll definitely ping you. Before I can release the demo for the Kickstarter and put it on Steam and all that stuff, I'm going to need to make a UI, so I'll probably ping you about that. So my eyes are peeled as far back as they can go. Sounds good, Kat. Sounds good. Hellorific, shucks to my Rage Game Engine. Awesome, nice. Jumping by Shovel also post a game. Cool, I'll make a list. And make it onto the list. Yep. But see you later, everybody. I'm going to go rest. Talk to you later. Peace.